Hello. It's Sunday, and I thought rather than do something useful like reading or writing, I will mumble over a video for an hour or two. I was just going to watch some of this basically to procrastinate, and I thought I might as well do a video to review it. I've got some like crazy Jimmy Neutron thing going on with my hair. So the video I'm going to review is a Catholic, a Protestant, and an atheist walk into a bar and an agnostic and discuss the problem of evil. It's Cosmic Skeptic, Trent Horn, Joe Schmid, and Cameron Bertuzzi discussing the problem of evil. And yeah, I just couldn't hold back from sort of wanting to ejaculate my thoughts into the internet. And so that's what I'll be doing. So here's the video. Let's do it.
I think there are certain goods you can't have them without a concomitant evil, like compassion or courage.
An example I've sometimes given is the example of someone like Martin Luther King being a great man, right? Because he overcomes this great evil. Surely we'd rather be living in a world where there were no racism and no need for Martin Luther King. It sounds to me that in a lot of cases, when somebody says...
I just disagree. I mean...
You think it's better to actualize a world in which there is racism?
I think it's more valuable. I think a world that has that and has the accompanying evils is more valuable. I've seen videos of like animals being like ripped apart, like on Reddit and stuff. Sometimes you'll look at the animal and they look peaceful, like they're being ripped apart and they're just like sitting there like this, just like getting their leg like ripped off.
Don't swear, Nathan. Be charitable. I want to just call him horrible names. Idiot.
The theist may say, well, maybe God just isn't all powerful. That may be the case, but such a ghost of a God is hardly different from atheism or worth believing in.
This episode of the Cosmic Skeptic podcast is brought to you by
Digital Gnosis. Go to patreon.com/Digital Gnosis. That is patreon.com/Digital Gnosis. That's what that says.
A Catholic, a Protestant, an atheist, and an agnostic all walk into a house in the Bible Belt. This sounds like the beginning of a joke, but it is in fact the beginning of...
Or a porn.
Today's episode of the Cosmic Skeptic podcast.
I'm just trying... I've been all thrown off by Cameron's ridiculous comment at the start. I need to get back in my serious commentary mental space.
Because in a rather ambitious attempt to expand the podcast and make it reach new heights, I've invited 3 other guests onto the podcast with me today. I am joined by Cameron Bertuzzi, our resident Protestant. I'm joined by Joe Schmidt, our agnostic. Trent Horn, our Catholic.
Hi.
And I am, as always, Alex O'Connor, your atheist. And we decided it would be fun, since we're all here together in Houston, in order to do an event, the Capturing Christianity Exchange, which at this point will be in the past. So the videos of the interactions that we're all going to be having in our public event, I'll put the links down in the description. We thought while we're here, it'd be cool to sit down as a 4 and talk about something which is important to all of us from our different perspectives. It comes up regardless of how you're talking about the subject of religion. Which is the problem of evil.
Oh yeah, Sentinel says, am I watching this blind? Didn't realize it was released. Yeah, I've not watched this before. It literally just came out. I just saw it. Like, I opened YouTube. It was provided for me by the algorithm. And so I clicked, and then I thought, I'm going to share my thoughts on this and do a video.
Evil. And what better company to talk about the problem of evil with than people who come at it from completely different approaches. So... I don't really know how we should best begin this, but I guess for myself, the problem of evil is easily the greatest argument against the existence of a God. Would we all agree that that is the case?
You mean for people in general or for us?
In your view, I mean, like what in terms of arguments that would seek to establish kind of strong atheism that God doesn't exist?
I would say historically, the problem of evil or unjustifiable suffering is a strong one. I mean, Aquinas basically, dealing with the arguments for God, really dealt with 2 arguments against God. One's the problem of evil, and one is the problem of essentially scientific explanation apart from God. So I would say historically, yes. Though, I mean, it's not, I have other concerns more so than the problem of evil. For me personally, it was never as big a hurdle to get over as maybe for other people.
What do you guys? Do you think it's a...
I think it's
just not in the axiology of theism. It assumes some form of consequentialism. Okay, be charitable, Come on. Cameron has good things to say, Nathan. He has good
like
things.
the biggest challenge to
Okay, there we go.
perfect being theism is the way that I would put it. So Joe and I were talking about this in our interview, is that like, what is the real breadth of the problem of evil? What like, of all the different types of theisms that might be out there, which one does it really target? And I think that it targets...
Oh, so this is how Cameron's rationalizing it. He's just like, it just doesn't apply to my version of theism. I think.
Primarily perfect being theism, where you've got these triomnies, the omnibenevolent God, the omnipotent God. And
come on, you can do it, Cameron.
does it really, like, so there's a philosopher who I interviewed recently on my channel. His name is Philip Goff. Is he a philosopher? I think he's a philosopher.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. It's like he doesn't even do background on the people. Oh, it causes me pain, and it might just be because, you know, I'm tragically autistic, but how can Joe stay so calm? Like, it's making me hurt.
Yeah, and he's got this concept of God that he's sort of toying around with at the moment, where he says that God is all good, but he's not all powerful. And what he argues is that the problem of evil doesn't really even like say anything about that type of God, if that God exists.
Yeah, that's a view. There was a rabbi who, I forget his name right off the top of my head, but his 14-year-old son, I think, died of a degenerative disease. And that was essentially the conclusion. So that view's been around for a while. The conclusion he came to, how do I understand this horrible death of my son and being a rabbi?
Yeah.
He said, well, God loves us and he wants to help us, but he just can't.
Yeah.
I love, there is a book an old book by this guy, B.C. Johnson, called The Atheist.
Can this conversation just be between Trent and Joe? Please.
Theist Debater's Handbook. It's like this little book I found in the library once. And it was funny, he was dealing with the problem of evil. He said, the theist may say, well, maybe God just isn't all powerful. And he said in the book, that may be the case, but such a ghost of a God is hardly different from atheism or worth believing in. So I thought that was an interesting reply from him. That, like, I think for a lot of atheists, I don't know, it's like perfect being theism or bust.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because the idea that maybe God is all loving but not all powerful, it seems to me a difference without distinction to most theodicies, that is in their practical effect. If you have a theodicy, which for anyone listening who doesn't know is an attempt to reconcile the existence of a loving God with the existence of evil in the world, or at least suffering in the world.
Well, not just the loving God, an omnipotent. Well, unless you're trying to make
a God, and any
that is
attempt.
both all loving and all powerful.
Well, it does depend. Traditionally speaking, to reconcile God and evil would be a defense to give a reason to explain why God allows evil, and the goods he's achieving would be theodicy.
That's right. That's a helpful distinction. I think in terms of trying to justify, let's say, the existence of a God in the face of evil and suffering, people have given lots of famous examples. They talk about the fact that God wants us to have free will. He talks about the fact that God allows evil and suffering to bring about higher order goods. But to me, this translates to saying something like, well, God has this end which he desires to bring about and potentially needs to bring about if he's a maximally great being. If he's by nature good, he might need to bring about the best outcomes, or at least have a duty to bring about particular outcomes.
I'm skeptical of that, but you can keep going. But I frown my nose.
Yeah, a lot of people frown at that too, and I'm not sure I can even agree with it myself, just because I'm not sure what it would mean to bring about like.
So the idea here is that that there's like God has obligations to do the good, right? So it sort of necessitates God's doing certain things if they're good, and then it seems like that could be in tension with the idea of it being like God's free will to do something. No, I don't think that these things have to be in tension, though. It's all going to depend upon your understanding of the will, right? And what it is to have a free will. I mean, David Bentley Hart has an interesting account of free will, right? Where someone who only chooses the good, even though that's like a smaller subset of potential choices that they might make, someone who only chooses the good is more free than someone who chooses evil, because according to Hart, choosing something other than the good isn't like stems from a kind of vice or a kind of lack, right, or something like that. So some kind of distortion or disorder on the will, and that's an interesting. I'm not saying I completely buy it, but there's at least ways of making sense of things. I don't know if this is actually the best inroad into the discussion, though, on the problem of evil. Maybe they should have. Maybe they should have talked about which characterization of theism first, because otherwise the conversation can just go all over the show. You need to go okay, what is the characterization of theism that we're talking about, just to be really clear, and now let's talk about particular problems that faces, and focus the discussion on what it is that Trent and Cameron have different theological positions, but what it is that Trent and Cameron believe specifically, and the ways that evil might be in tension with their views. I think that would be a better way to have a fruitful conversation with them, because there's just so much that comes under the heading problem of evil, that it's so easy to just drift all over the place in philosophy and not really get anything clear out there.
The maximal amount of good,
or the idea that God has to do that.
Yes.
For example, imagine God made a world, a universe like ours, but it only possessed inorganic matter. And it actually had a lot of beauty. It had waterfalls and rocky crags and meteors and volcanoes and all kinds of cool stuff. Would it be bad for God to make that kind of world? I don't. It would have no suffering in it whatsoever. So I doubt you would think that God was bad for making a world just inorganic matter. But I think a lot of us would think you could make that better with people and conscious beings. But I don't know if God is obliged to make it better. So I don't know.
Yeah, sure. Whether he needs to or not, but
it's something to expect from him, not to drop the ball.
The justifications are kind of a given that take a form of saying that God has some other purpose which he seeks to fulfill, such as free will. And the idea is that there's some kind of metaphysical or logical impossibility with God bringing about, say, a world of free creatures and there being no suffering or something like this. And so, in a sense, something like a free will defense that says, well, there's just no way to bring about free will without suffering.
I also kind of feel sorry for Joe in this, because Joe is by far the guy who knows the most out of all of them on these topics, and he's just kind of being overlooked in the conversation because he's the least assertive or something like that. I'm sure he'll have some space to talk, but it does cause me pain to hear. It causes me pain sometimes to sit through people who know a lot less than me about a subject, incorrectly talk about it. And Joe is light years ahead of me in his thinking. So I don't know, maybe he's a better person than me, but I think it could be painful to be set in that corner.
Suffering is like a way of saying, well, God is all loving, but because he's got this thing, free will, that he wants to bring about, he's just incapable of preventing this kind of suffering, because if he were, we wouldn't have free will. So a kind of response that makes sense of a God that allows suffering, that says, well, maybe God's just not all powerful. It seems to me the same kind of thought as many other kinds of theodicies, because they're essentially saying, well, kind of God, it's not like God's happy about this suffering taking place, but he just doesn't have the power to take it away, either because there's some kind of thing that he needs to bring about that requires suffering, or just because there's something he wants to bring about that still makes it impossible for him to not have suffering. It seems like a similar kind of approach.
I guess it depends on what you mean by all-powerful.
That's the key.
Yeah, if it's metaphysically impossible, if there's no way that reality could be such that God could bring about these goods without allowing certain sorts of evils to transpire, then it's no mark against God's omnipotence to be bound in this way. After all, it's impossible for God to have done otherwise than he couldn't have had the power to do that because it's an impossible power,
Yeah.
essentially. So I don't really see that as compromising God's omnipotence. It just depends on how you cash it out.
Yeah, well, neither do I. But I mean, in terms of how people might make sense of this, when somebody
Well, neither do I, but I just said it.
says something like, "Well, I've gone through a horrible experience, and so the only way I can make sense of this is to think that maybe God just isn't all powerful." They could be equally captivated by a view that says, "You're so nearly right. You're right that the suffering exists because God somehow has to allow it, but it's not because he's not omnipotent. It's just because even there are things that an omnipotent being can't do.
I think
It doesn't mean
Joe
he's not an omnipotent
Joe's
God."
kind of
right?
on the path. It's like God is saying, well, God has allowed this suffering, and it could be the case that there is a particular good that would not be accessible.
I think something that is interesting in this conversation, if the theist is going to make the move that certain states of affairs are metaphysically impossible, so it's not a violation of God's omnipotence that he can't bring it. The question is going to be, right, in virtue of what is something metaphysically impossible? So what grounds metaphysical possibility, right? And that's going to be interesting because it's going to be kind of like a Euthyphro dilemma, right? Of, are there constraints? What is metaphysical possibility grounded in something external to God, such that it limits God in some way, or is metaphysical possibility somehow grounded in God? And I think it's easier with logical possibility to sort of see how it's not a mark against God that he can't do like logically impossible things, because logically impossible things are just incoherent. So it's not even clear what it would be for God to do that thing. But if you're going to say that metaphysical possibility is a different, like a subset, right, of logical possibility, so it's got so all of the metaphysically possible things are going to be logically possible things, right? But you're going to say there are some logically possible things which aren't metaphysically possible. So maybe like creating particular kinds of worlds that have like different distributions of goods or whatever. And the move is to go, well, that's metaphysically impossible, so it's not a mark against God's omnipotence that he can't do that. But in virtue of what is that metaphysically impossible, right? And maybe that, like, there are probably good answers that theists can provide to that question, but it's an interesting one, at least, because that seems to pose some threat to the kind of primacy of God in terms of being the most fundamental entity in metaphysically, in terms of God being the most powerful entity or something, because it seems like maybe there's something more powerful than him, the metaphysical modality or whatever grounds metaphysical modality, maybe, and these sorts of problems arise
without it. So I mean, if you think about like omnipotence is like power is the ability to do something. There are just some things no amount of power could do because they're impossible for whatever reasons. I think what you're getting on the free will issue, there's kind of two different ways to go about. Well, although I don't want to derail from the point that you were making. I'll put it out there, and you can tell me if I'm derailing. One approach is kind of like planting his view. It could be the case God can't make a world where all free creatures choose good, because we have these counterfactuals of freedom. Like you make Cameron, you put Cameron in a world, whatever.
Don't use me in this example.
By the way, Cameron will always choose the wrong in some possible world. I'm not sure I'm
in the actual world
really inclined to that. I think God can make a world where only free creatures choose things, but it would also lack certain goods. And so it may be the case God has reasons for allowing certain good. Like I would agree. I think there are certain goods you can't have them without a concomitant evil, like compassion or courage.
Yeah.
You might have things that look like them but aren't them.
Of course, we spoke before.
And then that, I think, gets to what the core of the question is, which is, are those goods so good that they absorb? Are the kinds of goods that are exemplified in the world, right? The kind of goods for which a necessary condition is certain evils, so good that they absorb all of the evils that exist in the world, right? And that would be the condition that would have to be met in order for a good God who's not like limited in terms of his powers to create a world like the world that we see. And that is going to be quite a sophisticated and daunting theological challenge to come up with that kind of theodicy, right?
Well, I mean, we had a debate on Matt Fradd's channel a while ago, and we spoke a little bit about this. I can't remember if we spoke specifically about this topic, but the idea of there being these goods like bravery that can't come about unless they're parasitic.
Big Macs.
On some suffering or evil.
Right.
To me, something like bravery is only good insofar as it overcomes some form.
That's I think like maybe he's going to say something else that doesn't make this fucking dumb, but that's literally what Trent was just saying, that those are necessary conditions for these goods.
Of suffering or evil, like it seems to me, if you could have a world without the suffering and without the bravery, without the fear and without the bravery, this would be more desirable, because sure, you wouldn't have bravery, but if you don't need bravery.
Yeah, but the point that's the point, right? Is bravery such a good that it absorbs the kind of evils that are necessary for bravery to exist? That's a question to which I don't actually know the answer, right? I honestly don't know how you evaluate that. I mean, I don't have like a strong intuition initially about it, and I just don't know. I mean, there are some stories of bravery that are just really like beautiful and incredible, but also, you know, the necessary condition for those acts of bravery are like horrible tragedies, which I wish wouldn't have occurred, and I don't actually know how I evaluate that.
It doesn't just seem to me to be like a good thing intrinsically. It seems only good relative to the existence of some form of fear and suffering. Without the fear and suffering,
which is what Trent said when he said it's a necessary condition for this good.
It wouldn't be intrinsically good. In fact, if you removed the fear and suffering and somebody was still acting in the way that a brave person would act, you say they were just being like immodest. You think it was a bad thing.
Well, right. See, here, let me jump in real quick. Sure. I don't know that we can actually advance the conversation when you make that kind of move. Because to me, I think the problem of evil, I don't want to say that it collapses into axiology, but...
Oh, fuck off. You know what? Where is it? Where's the video? Where's the video? I need to go into my subscriptions. Someone needs to ban this this Tinder account or whatever it is. Where is it in my subscriptions? Sorry guys, I'll be 1 second. It's going to be worth it, I promise. Here, non-alchemist. Where are we? What is that? The French national anthem? This is why you guys. Or is it axiology? Oh, come on, man. Did he take the video down? Did he take the video down? Because it was too mean. Oh, I think maybe he took it down because... Alchemist non-axiology. Where is it? Okay, how do you do the Twitter search by user, advanced Twitter search. Axiology from these accounts. Alchemist, none. Why? Come on. Am I gonna have to trawl through his? Okay, there's media here. Media. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at, just so, because this is going to be worth it. But if he ever watches this, you know, he's going to have to sort out his channel because he just can't find what I'm actually looking for.
Some feelings are.
Okay, there's that. It isn't that one. Come on, where is it? Where is it? Not this. Not this. I can't see the videos as well because they're all blurred out. Awful platform, Twitter. This is the problem of evil. This, yeah, exactly. So much build up now. The delivery of my joke. Oh, here we go.
This claim, therefore, concerns what philosophers called axiology. Axiology is just the study of value. External axiological assumptions are external. The point is that axiology, engaging in axiology, the axiological elements of Christianity. The atheist has the wrong axiological assumptions. The notion of axiology, hence, this claim, therefore, concerns what philosophers called axiology. Axiology is just the study.
Axiology. Okay, that was it. Maybe it wasn't worth all that build-up, but there we go.
That's very.
But the problem is he's blown his load now. He said axiology. That's it. He's fired his shot. There's nothing else.
Very central to the problem of evil is this notion of like what is most valuable, because God is going to instantiate the world that is most valuable. And what you're saying is that a world that doesn't have these goods but also doesn't have the suffering is more valuable than a world that does have those goods with the evils that sort of come along with it. So, and like, how do you go, like, how do you advance when you kind of put your foot on the, what's the right term? Put your foot down and you're like,
when you put your foot on my axiology.
I just don't think that that's as valuable. Like, I think what's most valuable is a world that doesn't have that. And then what can we say? We can say, well, we think that a world that has those.
I do sort of wonder about the sincerity of what's motivating these axiological assumptions here. Like, it just seems really recherche. Like it's a move that's being made solely in order to like resolve a kind of logical tension, right? Which, I mean, maybe that's okay, but it seems like we should be actually be trying to like evaluate. It seems like we should try to like appeal to what we see as values, sans any other commitments, in order to honestly assess, you know, to try and like honestly create some kind of like prior or something for what like a good world, what good worlds look like. And it just seems like there's this kind of hindsight bias or something where someone like Cameron already sees what he has to say he thinks good axiology is in order to be consistent, and then he just cooks that into like his values, but that it's not clear that he actually thinks that. And that seems like a weird way to go about doing philosophy of religion for me, when I think the point should be to see like devoid of any of our other commitments, like what would what should our like priors be or something towards the value of certain worlds. And then I mean, but then are we going to be able to have any values, right, sans any of our other commitments? Maybe that's asking too much. But there's something that just seems wrong about this approach to me here.
Higher order goods and the accompanying evils, like we think that's more valuable. And it's like, how do you actually progress there? That's kind of, I think we may actually run into like a stalemate.
Because I think that there are different intuitions on different goods that are supposedly served by suffering. For example, the example of bravery, I think, is maybe a bit of a poor one, because it seems intuitively to me that we'd rather have no need for bravery and no bravery. In the same way that,
see, but that's just you. I don't think that. I think that courage is, or like bravery and courage is
compare it, for example, though, to something like the free will defense, which I think is, it's a bit easier to argue that something like free will is just of a different category of
Come on, look at these looks. Help me, Joe.
compare it, for example, though, to something like the free will defense, which I think is, it's a bit easier to argue that something like free will is just of a different category of
so you could pick something else. You could pick compassion, for example,
or forgiveness,
like let's say someone experiences compassion for the suffering of a fictional character, and even that I don't think is, like, I agree with you, like courage where there's no real danger is very like Don Quixote, very like, okay, but like, but to watch a film and to feel an emotional compassion towards the sufferings of a person that doesn't exist, they're fictional. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the existence of the compassion itself, it is a good thing.
Yeah, it may be, and maybe that for that reason it's a better example. Yeah. I think that to answer your point, Cameron, I think that this isn't kind of equally obviously true with all of these higher order goods. I just think that with something like bravery, it seems to me fairly intuitive. I mean, you said you prefer to live in a world where there is fear and suffering.
Just have the widely shared rational intuition that everything that begins to exist has a cause of its existence.
So that we can have the good of bravery. An example I've sometimes given is the example of someone like Martin Luther King being a great man, right? Because he overcomes this great evil. Surely we'd rather be living in a world where there were no racism and no need for Martin Luther King. It sounds to me that in a lot of cases, when somebody says,
I just disagree. I mean,
you think it's better to actualize a world in which
I think it's more
racism?
Valuable. I think a world that has that and has the accompanying evils is more valuable. And that's why I say that I think we may be at a stalemate. Like when you make that move.
Okay, I do have something nice to say about Cameron here. Like, I think he's right. Yay. I think he's right that when you get to that point, there is, perhaps it's not a stalemate, perhaps there are still ways of making progress. But I do think what you've done is you've reached the core of the disagreement.
We're just disagreeing about like our baseline axiological assumptions that we bring to the table. We're all bringing our own axiological assumptions. And if that's the one that you bring and that's the one that I bring, it's like, how do we advance from there? I haven't seen.
Okay, here it is again. It's gonna have to come back. Oh no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. God, I'm an idiot.
This claim, therefore, concerns what philosophers called axiology. Axiology is just the study of value. External axiological assumptions are external. The point is that axiology, engaging in axiology, the axiological intelligence of Christianity. The atheist has the wrong axiological assumptions. The notion of axiology, hence, this claim, therefore.
Okay, back we go.
And like, I don't really see a way out. I'm curious what your thoughts are on.
Yeah, I mean,
what I'm trying to convey here.
Well, I mean, that bottom. I mean,
yeah. Well, it depends. It sort of depends, Scott. So Cameron's argument implies MLK reducing racism resulted in a world with less value, and you've put a question mark on the end rather than a claim. It could be that, but Cameron's claim, I think, would be that the world is more valuable because MLK exemplified this particular good, right? And so the point Cameron is saying, I think, about the value of the world is that the value of the world sort of is determined by the possible goods that can be exemplified in that world or something. So this world is valuable in virtue of the fact that certain goods can be exemplified in it, like MLK doing that, and then MLK doing that is an actual exemplification of that kind of good. But I agree, like it could. So I think there can be some sort of counterintuitive things that happen down the line when people take these sort of approaches, because it's going to seem like God's sort of values in terms of what God values and he permits, right? It seems that is going to come out of alignment with what we value and permit in our legal systems. So when we legislate, so for example, the idea is going to be something like, well, God's allowing people to make the choice to like murder or something is, that's a good. It's a good that God kind of allows people to have free will to use in these various ways. But the problem is that we don't actually evaluate it in the same way when it comes to people who murder. We think that kind of like constraining their free will and taking it away by putting them in prison is actually justified, because their kind of free will to murder people isn't so valuable. And so I think there is potentially going to be a kind of tension that falls out of this sort of theory when it comes to how we actually ought to act ourselves in, say, legislating or imprisoning people in certain cases. But I'd have to think about it a bit more in order to like formally figure out where that tension is coming from.
It might just be a clash of intuitions. I mean, I tend to think that lots of philosophy is based, or lots of actually reasoning in general, including scientific reasoning, bottoms out in kind of seemings, things like that. Like things seem to you to be the case, or things appear to you to be the case. And sometimes those can come in conflict when you're in these sorts of dialectical contexts. And it's really difficult to know how to progress from there when two people kind of disagree with respect to their basic seeming.
Could we go back a little bit, Alex, to the formulation of the problem of evil you find most pressing? Is it to you that it is a logical contradiction between God's existence and the world, or that it just makes God's existence highly improbable?
I think it's more the latter.
Improbable.
I'm a little suspicious of the distinction here. When people try to distinguish between the logical and evidential problem of evil, they'll say, if you have a logical problem of evil that says something like, if there is a God, there would be no suffering. There is suffering, therefore there is no God. People say this argument is dead in the water, because as long as it's logically possible that God has some reason, like morally sufficient reason to bring about evil, the argument fails. In other words, if one of the premises it's logically possible for one of the premises to be false, then it's not really a logical argument you're putting forward, but an evidential one. But imagine
it's not that it's logically possible for one of the premises to be false. It's that the conditional only holds just in case it's necessary, right? That it's logically necessary that if God exists, there is no evil. So as long as it's possible that there is no evil, then that conditional is false, right? Because it could be the case that the antecedent of that conditional is true and the consequent false, which just makes the conditional false.
Someone put forward the Kalam cosmological argument and said this is a logical argument, a valid
self-education versus Oxford bras.
Syllogism. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. And I said, oh, but that's not really a logical argument, because as long as it's logically possible that the universe didn't have a beginning, as long as it's logically possible that something can begin without a cause, then the argument's dead in the water. So you shouldn't really be advocating a logical kalam, but rather an evidential kalam. But that just seems like a weird distinction to make. And I feel like people do it unfairly with the problem of evil, but not with any other deductive argument that exists.
I don't know if it goes exactly like that, because it seems to me like I've encountered, when I've heard your discussions about the problem of evil, it sounds like you've said things like, I understand how people could see where free will would be a reason God would tolerate evil among humans or something like that. But then why do animals suffer in such and such way?
Yes.
And that seems to insinuate that you could have some evils, that there's not a logical contradiction there, as opposed to, God well, there's a lot of different logical arguments.
I guess I'm just sort of getting these weird vibes from Alex and the interaction. Like it seems relatively sort of chilled out between Trent, Cameron, and Joe. I do get the sense that Joe is like a little frustrated maybe with Cameron's maybe sometimes a bit silly claims, but I also think that Joe's like more permissive of that, like given it being Cameron, and they all seem relatively kind of chilled, and Alex seems a little bit kind of confrontational and combative. And I'm at least getting that sense from like the amount of water that he's drinking and like the looking around. It's just kind of like agitated a bit.
Trying to say that God doesn't exist. They'd be incompatible properties, things like that. But it seems like you're saying it's just like, well, yeah, I could see a world where there's evil at this threshold, but not at this threshold. And that's more the evidential, it seems like to me.
I'm not sure, because you could just pull out a logical version. You could say, for instance, that the existence of suffering does not, there's no kind of logical syllogism I would use just from the existence of suffering alone to rule out God's existence. But maybe I could formulate, if I said, well, God would tolerate human evil for free will, but not animal suffering, then I could just formulate a logical problem of evil that specifically focuses on animal suffering. Okay. It would still be a valid argument. It'd still be a formal, logical syllogism. The fact that it's kind of more specified or allows for the existence of other forms of unrelated suffering, it seems irrelevant to me as to whether.
Let's say this.
Okay, so there's some distinctions I'm going to have to introduce here in order to make what's going on in a logical argument from evil clearer. So first we have the characterization of theism. So this is some claim about a God if they exist and what kind of properties that God has. Then there's going to be some datum, right? And so the idea is that the theist is committed to both the characterization of theism and the datum. And then the contentious claim is going to be the link. And the link is the claim that the characterization of theism is logically inconsistent with the existence of the datum. And that's going to be the one that the theist is likely to reject here.
Trent Doherty, he's got his view is basically he doesn't like the distinction either. And he's like one of the most premier philosophers that's working on the problem of evil. He's a Catholic. So
oh Jesus, that better be a joke, Bridge, or you can get out of here, man. You can get in the sea, like wherever your nearest ocean is, face that direction and just walk straight ahead until you are taken away by the waves. No, that was Graham Oppie.
But I'll let you explain, but go ahead.
So he thinks that, so basically there's two premises to the argument. He does have that view, but that's not what I'm talking about now.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
We'll talk about
what
it later.
I'm talking about now is that the logical version and the evidential version, he thinks both are basically very similar. So the first one, or the first premise is basically a theological claim about what would exist if God exists. And then the second one is the evidential claim about whether or not there's this type of suffering in the world. So like evil exists or animal suffering exists. And in the logical version, the evidential version, it involves both the theological claim and then the evidential claim. So he thinks that the distinction collapses too. It's just like whatever specific theological claim you happen to be focusing on at this time is I'm kind of like, I kind of agree with that. I kind of think that the distinction between the logical and the evidential version.
You know what it seems to me, if I can be frank, is it seems to me that somebody will kind of present a logical problem of evil, and in the context of a discussion or a debate where somebody is trying to argue against an atheist, they try to kind of they say like, well, are you making a logical version or an evidential version? And they kind of get them on the back foot, thinking, well, I guess it's logically possible that God could have.
So I do think that Alex is making that there is a fair observation in what Alex is saying here, and I think that what it is that oftentimes certain distinctions, right, are sort of used to puff people's chests up in philosophical contexts. And so you could even say that was what I was just doing when I imitated Oppie, right, and talked about Oppie's characterization of logical problems from logical arguments from evil. What I was doing, right, is saying a bunch of stuff in order to mock the amount of knowledge that Alex has on the topic. And the butt of the joke was his public profile being that he's an expert on the arguments, but that he himself doesn't kind of know these kind of terms and things. And I think that that move is made in debates. It's something that a theist can do, for example, in order to sort of reduce the legitimacy of the speaker who's opposing them, so they can talk about, making these distinctions between the logical or evidential problem in the hopes that their opponent hasn't actually thought that far or gone that deep into the problem. And if their opponent then hasn't made such a distinction in their own thinking about the problem, then the apologist can kind of give the appearance that they're more competent of a thinker. They obviously have responses, right, if they know this distinction that the other person hasn't even made before. And I do think that these sorts of things do happen in dialectical contexts on YouTube, online, in debate formats, and so on. Though I think that amongst honest, reflective peers, these sorts of distinctions are going to be useful. And so we just have to be careful on sort of recognizing which type of dialectical context it is that we're in order to work out whether that sort of move that's being made is being done for rhetorical purposes, like a kind of peacocking thing, or whether it's being done, like axiology, or whether it's being done in order to actually further the discussion in some way, to clarify, to help us actually figure out what we think about these things.
Morally sufficient reason. And they're like, well, then you're not making as strong a claim as you thought you were. It seems like kind of a useful rhetorical tool for the theist, but if you actually pay close attention to the conversation that's taking place,
sometimes it just depends on the theist that you're talking to. I think in the context of, as I just articulated, like in the same terms, in the case of a debate or something, yeah, it's not going to be helpful. But I think it, just sitting down with someone who's honest, like in my conversation with Daniel Speak, for example, I think that was a useful distinction to make, because it helps us to see, actually, maybe there's going to be a really hard time figuring out if there's a logical contradiction between some characterization of theism and some form of suffering existing, right? Maybe that's not actually going to be something that kind of follows from God existing, but maybe it does render, maybe the existence or distribution of certain types of evils is a far smaller amount, even if it's not logically incompatible, it's a far smaller amount of the kind of possibility space there of what a God would want to do, or something like that. And so its existence in those forms is going to constitute evidence against that type of beings existing. And I think that that's perfectly legitimate. I mean, that's what I've come to think about it. And I think that that's just is the best way of articulating it. But, there are definitely contexts I could be in where what Alex is raising here would be something that's done by a scummy apologist. And then, I just want to find some metaphysical mumbo jumbo that they don't know to smash them over the head with and make them look like an idiot. And that it just depends on the dialectical context.
As you say, Cameron, I think the distinction is actually it collapses. It's not really it's not a helpful one. It's only helpful instrumentally to winning.
I don't think that's right. It's not only helpful. It can be used instrumentally to win a debate, but it is a useful distinction, right? Because suppose I actually form the belief, right, that there's not a logical inconsistency between this characterization of theism and the existence of the datum, that being some kind of suffering or evil. Well, then, the existence of suffering or evil just doesn't entail that God doesn't exist anymore. So, I mean, that could be quite a significant move, actually. That could be quite important. And then we have to sum up all the rest of our knowledge and come to assess it. And it could actually be that, evil's something that really pushes down the probability of God existing in our evaluation on the total amount of evidence that we have. But it could be that when we evaluate everything, we sort of land somewhere in the middle. We can kind of come out as some sort of agnostic. It could be, or we decide to withhold assent from any kind of side of the debate, just because we can see that there's so much that we need to assess and evaluate that's pushing either way. Or it could be that even though this counts against theism, taken with everything else, the needle's still kind of in the theism camp. And so I do think it's an important distinction, which is going to do a lot of work in our overall assessments. But again, in the dialectical context of being an honest thinker about these questions, not in the dialectical context of like university campus debates, public profile being a YouTuber. Like my public profile is that I'm like a smart guy who has good things to say on this topic, and I win for my team.
Conversation,
Now I want to like play moderator and be like, Trent, is that what you were trying to do?
No.
Well, I don't think that's what you were trying to do. I don't think that's what you're trying to do.
No,
I feel like that's how
I'm trying to wrap my head around.
dialectic
I do believe there is this distinction between one claim that any amount of evil whatsoever would show God does not exist versus particular kinds of quantity or quality of evil would make it unlikely. I do think there's a legitimate
there's a difference between those, but both of those could be called logical.
No, then I mean that's
right?
Semantics, and that's fine.
But it's not semantics. It's the difference between a logical argument and to say something's not a logical argument is kind of an evidential problem. It's not logical because
look at Joe. Oh man, this is when I react in this sort of way. Like there's a part of me that is frustrated by someone like Alex being like this. And I want to rejoice in his blundering, but there's also a part of me that sees that and goes, that's bad of me. Let's try and build the guy up. Let's try and show him that he's in a safe space to make these mistakes so he doesn't feel the need to have this character that behaves like this. I do what I do not want, or whatever the hell it is that Saint Paul, the Apostle of Christ, says.
Like to say something's not a logical argument is kind of an evidential problem. It's not logical because it's logically possible that one of the premises is false. It seeks to undermine.
Let us hope. I think Alex is maybe feeling a bit awkward as he's saying this, and because Trent's trying to keep a straight face too. He's like, "What can I say to be charitable?" Alex thinks Cameron thinks he understands what's happening, but he doesn't.
Logical validity of the argument.
The reason I asked for the distinction is because I believe that if the problem is a certain quality or quantity of evil, then that is subject to a criticism that can't be leveled against an argument that says any amount of evil would disprove God. Because the criticism would be this, that if an atheist says, yes, I could see how this amount of evil could be justifiable, but not this amount, one wonders why can't the
brilliantly articulated by Trent
defenses for this amount be applied to the other amount? Whereas if you have someone who says, hey, it's all or none.
Which is just to say that it is important to evaluating, the total amount of evidence for God existing or not, whether we think that there is a successful logical argument from evil or not. So our theories, right, they're going to rightly determine what we take to be a sound argument, what we think are sound arguments. And so it is true, like if you think that there's like a successful logical argument from evil, right, we're done. So it is an important distinction. If you think that there's a sound logical argument from evil, that's it. Like theism is disproved.
That reply won't really work.
Well, it might kind of be like if the government came along and just flooded everybody's houses by just like pouring water into their front gardens and just absolutely flooding and destroying their property. And you said that like this is ridiculous. Obviously, the government is trying somehow to cause riots or something. And somebody said, well, now hold on. Like, I mean, if the government were to install a sprinkler system that like watered your garden, you think this was fine, right? And it's like, yes. And you say, well, look, so now your argument isn't so much that it's like it's some real like absolute incompatibility between a good government and
well, that's just to say that the likelihoods, right? The way that we probabilistically then assess the argument is such that the way that the likelihoods and priors combine on the various hypotheses really strongly favors one position. And that's a perfectly legitimate move to make, but it's just not deductive logical entailment, right?
And flooding your house, because you're saying, you know, you're allowing the government to put a little bit of water onto your garden, but if it's this much, then that's too. But like, it just seems like a weird line to take. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, I mean, there's robust versions of the evidential problem that I agree with.
Yeah, you make an evidential. It's not that, like, by saying it's evidential, right, you've therefore weakened the argument. Like, Roe's evidential argument is incredibly strong, right? It poses serious just because it's evidential doesn't mean, especially when you look at the amount and distribution of those gratuitous evils. Like, Bayes' machine goes brrr, right? Like,
that if somebody basically says the logical problem of evil doesn't work, and then they kind of ignore the other argument.
Like, literally every morning that I wake up and you know, like, my ingrown toenail digs in and I stub my toe, or like I've got some spot from it. Like, these all add up, right? I actually have thought about doing a comedy video, a day in the life of a philosophy of religion Bayesian, and like just some stupid video where I like walk into the kitchen and, you know, like try and put the coffee granules in the bin and miss, and it goes on the floor, and it's like another piece of evidence in favor of atheism. What a dumb question. If you're autistic, then why are you filming videos? Oh, I don't know, because I wanted to create a logical contradiction. Because it's obviously impossible. Yeah.
Arguments for an evidential problem, then that's problematic. But then it'll come back down to, though, in different intuitions, when certain things are allowable, what can we foresee? And I think it's a bit more than that because I would love to get to drill down a little bit, especially your concerns seem to be, because you seem to have reaffirmed this previously. I don't want to talk too much. I want to hear what Joe says too, and Cam.
I'm so evil today.
That I would think that if the concern is primarily
replay.
You seem to have reaffirmed this previously. I don't want to talk too much. I want to hear what Joe says too, and Cam. That I would think that if the concern is primarily about non-human suffering, I wonder if there is a way to apply the justifications for human suffering in these different ways. I guess that's what I would look at to be most promising. But if you think human suffering is also pointless, then we're kind of back at square one.
I think that would be good to discuss. I think one thing to say is that I think we would all agree, I'm not sure, but that an argument, a problem of evil argument that says something like any amount of evil and suffering whatsoever is logically incompatible.
So, first, I want to distinguish between problems of evil and, oh God, my Australian accent went all dodgy, didn't it? Problems of evil and arguments from evil. So problems from evil are not going to be arguments that ought to compel theists to abandon the claim that God exists. I don't know what accent I'm even doing anymore. Why do I feel more comfortable talking about this as, you know, in the persona of Oppie than in the persona of my own voice? That I don't know. Yeah, the point is that you know, problems from evil are just saying there's an inconsistent set of claims here, right? But it's not an argument. It's not to say that here's kind of how you ought to rationally reevaluate your commitments in light of the way that I'm providing you with an argument here. Problems from evil just say, look, here's like a problem for you if you're going to be a theist, so you better have some like theodicy, some theology worked out, or something like that.
Compatible with God is a bad argument. It's not going to work.
It's not super popular, but there's people who
there are people who say that, but I think everybody here would probably think that would be a bad argument. I mean, for myself, I think when I say like a logical problem of evil, I think maybe that there's a confusion here, because
I think there's just something about the way that whenever Oppie answers a question, he does this thing where he always goes, okay, so, and like he just like resets himself, and then he has this really good cadence for delivering like well articulated points in response to what was just said. And I think a lot of people just jump in, and then they can kind of like start, you know, like with their shoelaces untied, and they start tripping over their words. Whereas when Oppie does the okay, so it kind of like resets him. I don't know.
You seem to be defining the logical problem of evil as the view that any amount of evil and suffering is incompatible with God.
I think that's pretty traditional.
I have maybe I guess it's if that's what people are calling it, maybe I should change my terminology here, because when I talk about the difference between a logical and an evidential problem, I mean to say that there are kind of versions of an argument that don't say any amount of evil and suffering is incompatible, but
yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. You're basically
it's
just
still like a
saying
logical argument.
Some versions of the problem of evil just focus on a particular range of facts or a particular range of kinds of evil, and then you can go on to say of those that is incompatible with God's existence. So and that you could probably classify that as a logical argument from evil, but
right. So is the point just that there are certain, so there's like a probabilistic problem of evil or something, like given the amount and distribution of evils that exist in the world, like they constitute some evidence against a particular characterization of theism existing. But like there's this kind of counterfactual evil that isn't a datum. And if it were the case that those evils obtained, I don't really understand why that point is that relevant. But yeah, well,
instead of getting bogged down in the terminology, we might just want to lay out a particular version of the argument from evil, and then just
Alex Malpass in the hood.
That's that. So I figured I could probably start with that. I could offer maybe just a pretty intuitive kind of Bayesian argument from evolutionary animal suffering. So we're not going to get into the fancy Bayes machine goes brr. We're not going to do that. But let's just think. I mean, under perfect being hypothesis.
I need to stop with the like. I'm a professional psychologizer at this point. I don't know. Maybe he didn't, but I suspect that Joe got the Bayes machine goes brr from James and I's. James and I's. That's not the correct. What's the correct grammar? So it's someone who's into grammar. Tell me what's going wrong there. Mine and James's. Mine and what? Do I put myself in the objective case? Someone tell me. Mine and James's review of Tim McGrew and Lydia McGrew's article on miracles in the Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology. But I wonder if, because I know that Cameron doesn't like us, and he's now folded his arms, as Joe mentions, Bayes machine goes brr. So in the safe space of profile cultivation, of prophilicity, of YouTuber philosophy of religion cultivation, the kind of space that James and I have been shut out of, right, by people like Cameron. Joe's bringing us in by Bayes machine goes brr, and this is in the face of Cameron's objectives and cultivating his profile. So I mean, I'm reading too much into it, right? This is like astrology, but I like doing it nonetheless.
Hypothesis, at least by my lights, it just seems really surprising that God would use in his very creative act this process which is just rife with suffering and languishing and death and predation and parasitism. Nature ran tooth and claw. Organisms are ripping each other to shreds, and this is just like built into natural selection. This is built into the very process, just this death and destruction and suffering. And so
I think that this really, for Joe, I mean, he's articulated this in several places, and like in his Why I'm an Agnostic video from several years ago, and various interviews that he's done with other Catholics. So like with Trent Horn, for example. I think that this is a substantial problem in Joe's assessment of theism. And it's the idea that I think that what goes on in the kind of chain of reasoning here is something like, in terms of some theological story about sin or something, it's kind of easy to account for certain moral evils and things in terms of that theological story and attributing it to evils or some kind of like mysterious something being off with the world, right? But the problem is that when you commit yourself to evolution by natural selection, being the very means by which life on Earth is brought about, it seems that then in the very structure of reality, pre-sin even, that God has created the world such that there's sort of evils built into the mechanisms, right, by which life comes about. So just things dying, selection pressures being created in environments where just horrible things happen to animals in order to select for particular phenotypes. Presumably, God has in mind, right, that these particular selection pressures are going to occur in order for the human lineage to come about somewhere down the line. Presumably God has that foreknowledge. He doesn't just sort of create the world and hope that humans are going to come about somewhere down the line. And this is a problem, right? Because it means that there's going to be plenty of mammals who are like just dying under horrible conditions because their phenotype wasn't to be selected for in order to bring about humans somewhere down the line. And that just seems sort of in conflict with this characterization of a benevolent God, right, that cares for the beings that he creates and so forth. And so I think that this is a really strong point that Joe's making.
So on is built into the very fabric of creation, it seems, from the get-go, it seems. And that just seems like a really surprising way. We wouldn't predict that. Just a priori, from the armchair, would we predict a perfect being to bring about, let's say, humans and other sentient creatures by means of a process?
Maybe open theism here does have, like, if it's so, suppose that God is limited in the ways that he can create life. So then you could say, well, this is just the only way God could do it. And people are such a, the existence of people is such a good that he's got to do it. And it's just tragic that that has to happen. Or not he's got to do it, but he has reasons to do it. Sorry, I shouldn't say he's like compelled or something, but he has good reasons to do it because the existence of people is such a good. But the only way he can do it is this way. But then that's going to, seriously kind of limit God and again raise all these theological questions about, well, in virtue of what, right, can God not do it? And where are these modalities grounded outside of God? And suppose that there are these kind of things that put constraints on God. Well, then in what sense is God like worthy of worship or like the greatest being or something like that?
Which is fraught with this kind of suffering, this almost horrendous evil. And not just any horrendous evil, but hundreds of millions of years of this kind of evil. I mean, I remember, just to make this poignant, it was 2020.
When did Alex get a new glass of water? Look, the water's full of...
There were these fires in Australia. And tens of thousands of koalas were burned alive. Now that's just Australia. That's koalas. These koalas are suffering, being burned alive. That's just Australia. Just a few weeks of forest fires. Think about the whole world now, not just Australia. Don't now just think about a few weeks. Think about a few years. Now think about tens of thousands of years. Now tens of millions of years. Now how about hundreds of millions of years? It's mind-boggling. And so that just, by my lines, it just seems surprising on theism. Whereas on a view where I guess we should just say natural reality is indifferent to the flourishing and languishing of sentient creatures, that's not as surprising. Nature's red tooth and claw. There's nothing down there that cares about the flourishing of sentient creatures. So given that it's surprising on one hypothesis and nowhere near as surprising on another, we have some evidence for the hypothesis on which it isn't surprising. So that's an argument that we could consider.
And I think it's worth talking about human suffering, but this argument works if we're just talking about non-humans. And you say kind of natural selection, it involves so much suffering, it relies upon it. As you say, it's the very machinery, survival.
So this is interesting to me, again, from a sociological point of view, as a professional psychologizer, that Joe has quite clearly articulated the argument. And it's kind of unclear to me now what Alex's restating of the argument in the context that they're in adds to Joe's formulation of it. And it's kind of like Alex is now trying to redeem his profile by attaching it to the sort of insights of Joe and restating them.
Of the fittest entails death and destruction and suffering of the unfit. This is how it works. To me, I find this a compelling argument.
He's just absorbed Joe's argument and made it like as if he made it, and now you guys respond to me.
I think it works. I think there are some complications when you talk about human beings, because there seems to be something else that could be said to be going on there. Certainly, just from a kind of coherent Christian picture that humans are special, they're ensouled, whatever it may be. But even on that account, humans evolved like what, a few million years ago. I mean, Homo sapiens have been around for a few 100,000 years, so you've still got hundreds of millions of years, as Joe says, of the suffering. To me, this is probably the strongest version of the problem of evil.
I have so many thoughts. I have so many thoughts. I don't even. It's so difficult to know even where to begin.
Yeah. Maybe just put it on a T-shirt and sell it. God. Ooh, I'm feisty today.
And like, so one thought is that this formulation of the problem of evil has made me want to take Trent Doherty's approach to the problem of evil so seriously. Like I think that we may need, like, have to look at other resources in order to explain the data. So it's not just perfect being theism, it's also like these certain axiological assumptions, like these love manifesting virtues being so strong.
Axiology.
Strong or being so valuable, but then also maybe combine that with the fact that animals will be resurrected in the afterlife, or there's some sort of afterlife for animals. I don't know. I think that
I want them to be able to talk.
Yeah.
And sing.
Exactly.
Their suffering needs to be redeemed. I mean,
Yes.
If I were a theist,
Here comes universalism. Get some.
I would definitely opt for probably Trent Doherty's approach. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's plausible.
Well,
but
I will say that, okay, I should probably, for people who are listening, like, what we're doing is called
By the way, I have a lot of thoughts. Yeah, get it on a T-shirt. Get it on a T-shirt, man. Get it on a T-shirt.
inside baseball. When you sometimes drop a bunch of like names or things, and people are like, "What? Wait, what? What are they referring to?"
Yeah.
So and at least in the Catholic worldview, there's actually a variety of answers to the problem of animal suffering. The traditional Thomistic answer, there's two ways you can look at it. One is that animals do not suffer intensely, or their suffering, allowing their suffering, is not morally blameworthy. That's one view in the Thomistic tradition, or the Cartesian tradition. Yeah. Michael Murray would advocate that view in his book. So
nature red in tooth and claw. That was William Lane Craig's approach as well. I was recently reading Nature Red in Tooth and Claw, and the science suggests that when it appears that animals are suffering, God in his grace and immense mercy has made it such that the animals aren't feeling a thing. So even though they feel pain, they don't know that they're in pain. That he says something like that.
One view is that animal suffering, we're not morally blameworthy for causing it, or that it's not a significant evil to be concerned with. The other would be, it is significant, but just as human suffering is significant, but animals could be compensated. It's not the traditional Catholic view, but
I honestly, my view honestly is that Christians need to tone it back with these sorts of points, because those responses just seem so wildly implausible to me. And it's, like, given the emphasis that someone like Trent is going to put on either phenomenal conservatism or the principle of credulity in establishing almost everything else that he believes, right? These kind of seemings about like dogs being in pain when you kick them in the ribs, we're going to have to grant a lot of weight to those. And now you might say, well, let's absent any defeater, but I have a strong defeater in the form of, the Summa Theologica section 2.1.3.a objectione, like, maybe that's the approach, but I think these things are fairly recherche, and I think that Christians would do better to take a more modest approach to say, look, when I'm doing this, honestly, I'm just speculating, trying to make my theology logically consistent. It's like a Morean shift, because I'm so convinced God exists for these other reasons, but honestly, I just don't know. Like, and I think that needs to be emphasized by these Christians if they want to make their position plausible, that they're not like just defeating the problem of evil, and that, these things are serious kind of issues for them.
But it is allowed within Catholic theology. And so one version of that would be that animals who have a sense of consciousness over time will experience happiness, fulfillment endlessly in an afterlife. If an animal has a capacity for conscious suffering over time, it stands to reason they could have a capacity for conscious happiness over time. And so God could still give them endless happiness. And some Catholics take that view. And then others like Trent Doherty add more, that God could even add goods to them.
Well, they
such as
could
by,
be transformed.
like by giving them what my friend Jimmy Aiken calls a cognitive boost.
Yeah.
And so that they might talk, and I did laugh. I mean, I found it a little silly at first, reserving it, and I'm a bit warmer to the idea. I could see that more with the fate of domestic animals versus necessarily wild animals.
Now that's an interesting chain of reasoning, but fair enough.
But
restoration only for the animals who were fortunate enough to be born to lineages where they were taken in by humans. But unfortunately, rose deer burning in the forest at the end of a long, hard life in the outdoors. Sorry, mate.
so those are two different approaches. And then one I think is worth considering, though. I think and I think, Joe, you laid it out really well in a robust way to get us with the heart and the head on it. I worry about some of the we have to be careful of some of the assumptions built into the argument a bit. First, for the vast majority of evolutionary history, I don't think animals were sentient. We have like
I don't know. I mean, that's just going to be an empirical question, isn't it? So maybe he's right.
Vertebrates and things like that, but it's still millions of years.
Yeah,
sure.
Well, definitely, it's hundreds.
Yeah, and that's the point. Is I don't think that's going to, even if the vast majority is a ratio, right? There aren't sentient beings. The amount of time that there at least were, like, is going to, on that Bayes machine, crank up the number, right? And they don't even have to be independent. Like, you can make them dependent pieces of evidence, right? But they're still going to get cranked through the Bayes machine.
Hundreds of millions. So I nearly said billions.
It's definitely
but then
not
I decided not to say that because,
But the other one is,
life.
Yeah, Joe has a minor in biology, bro.
Well, life has been on Earth for billions of years, but the kind of suffering,
let me
yeah,
ask this.
it would have to be
Suppose in
hundreds of
those
millions.
billions of years, what if the percentage in an animal's existence, its life is either pleasurable, neutral, or painful? Because certain billions of years, there's going to be billions of years of pain, but there will also be billions of years of pleasure and billions of years of neutral activity, like sleeping. So one must be careful not to prejudice this description, and it's just one horrific gore fest. I think we also have to look at the realistic lives of animals and then ask.
I think that's a difficult one, because so many animals live with, like, I mean, I'm a human, right? And we have pretty good medical care, and I've got, like, screwed up things about me. I mean, if you think of, like, dental pain, like all the, like, horned animals where their horns, like, grow back in on themselves and, like, slowly burrow themselves through their own brains, and that's, like, a pretty thing that consistently happens. Like, my ingrown toenail hurts and I can treat it. Think of, like, hooved animals and all the screwed up things that can go wrong. Skin diseases, tumors, like just like viruses, leprosy, among and just no staph infections, and you've got no way of treating it. I mean, a lot of animals are living with it. So even if it, like, neutral for a lot of animals just isn't, like, neutral. It's like having a gammy leg and weird skin,
Well,
having parasites, like, it's just the norm, right, to have a ton of parasites for most species.
Is their existence themselves good? And I guess I gave you a thought experiment in our debate, and here's another one that might be more realistic, actually, than the one I gave you in our debate. Would it be wrong?
Oh, what was it? With respect to this, what was it that I heard the other day? Maybe it was something from the C.S. Lewis. Was it something from C.S. Lewis? Oh, no, it was Erasmus. It was Desiderius Erasmus when he said in his colloquies something about he was, like, making fun of scholars because people invite a philosopher to a dinner party because they're supposed to be, erudite and cultured. And then the joke is that they bore everyone to death, and they, and they can't dance, and they just make the whole affair kind of awful. That was what I was reading.
For us to send a probe with amino acids to a planet like Earth to start an evolutionary process there that normally would not have begun. And but yeah,
unfortunately, Neuroposter, I do enjoy like having these sorts of conversations in context, with people like Trent and Joe. I think that it would cause me psychological pain being with Alex and Cameron, because that changes the kind of context of the conversation. But people like Trent and Joe, who are, they're not trying to pull the wool over your eyes, and they have interesting things to say. I love having those sorts of conversations. It's just when the weird feelings come into it that it's frustrating, because then you have to kind of like baby people out of their position, like baby steps, like, oh, that's interesting, when you don't think it's interesting. You think that what they've said is just boring. Yeah, that's a really interesting point. Do you think it could be the case, just possibly, that you might be right? Like, you have to do that just to get them to back down. It's like frustrating, and you're clenching your arse.
Evolutionary chain that will entail a lot of suffering. Now, one quick rejoinder to that is, well, Trent, like, we can't make, that's how we don't know how to make life aside from that. But God could certainly, snap his fingers and not use evolution. So that's the problem there. But I don't know if that's a great objection, because if something is just really bad, even if there's no other way to do it, you should still refrain. It'd be like, let's say I could raise an animal with an artificial womb, but the only technology we have, the animal will just suffer horribly every minute of its existence. And I would say, but this is the only way I can grow animals in artificial wombs. I'd say, well, then you just shouldn't do it at all. But if it wouldn't be bad for us to start an evolutionary history, maybe it's not so bad if God does it, even if he has other ways that he could do it. I don't know.
Before y'all come back on that, there's another analogy of like the Amazonian, what do you call it? Ecosystem?
Oh, no.
No, the Amazonian ecosystem. If we had the technology, or which we do, we could just completely wipe out the Amazon right now, and all of the animals that are currently suffering and going through horrible predation and everything.
Is Cameron making you can do whatever the hell you want if you can like bring it back if you have the relevant powers to bring it back argument?
Else that's going on in the Amazon right now. So, but like, if suppose that there was a button that you could just press and you could get rid of it all, would you press the button?
Well, that's what Trent asked.
Oh yeah, that was in
our debate, because I was talking about why God would allow so much suffering, and we have to be careful here to notice that Joe made an argument from.
Where did the question go? Neuroposter said, I'm interested what differentiates someone like Cameron from Trent. According to me, this is going to be, I think it's, I see Trent as valuing authenticity. And so I think that Trent's private self and the way he represents himself sort of align quite well, and he's fairly authentic. And I like that in people, and I value it. In the case of Cameron, I think he's inauthentic, and the same, I think this is also why I don't like Cosmic Skeptic very much as well, in the sense that it's profile before what I genuinely think. And the fact that there's a camera on you, and the awareness of the general peer of the audience who are watching, then then you do and say things with them in mind rather than with yourself in mind and what you're really thinking. And I think that for me is what differentiates like Cameron and Trent. That's why I'm more okay with Trent, because I think he's kind of like authentic, and less okay with someone like Cameron, just as a complete aside.
Natural selection, right? Not so much just animal suffering, but specifically that the process of natural selection, the machinery by which God brings about creation, involves and necessitates suffering. So when you ask, would I press a button and kill every animal, or would I not? Like, I actually don't really know. But this isn't the situation that God is in. God has a button that he can press that takes all of the animals living in the Amazon and makes their life have 50% less suffering, 80% less suffering, and doesn't press it without having to kill them. that's the situation that God is in. So it's not an analogous situation.
And we're embedded in the rules of a chess game that's already been laid down, as it were, and we're kind of having to operate within those rules. But we're not the very author of the chess game itself and the rules by which it operates.
Yes.
If we were, I mean,
But I worry about the feasibility, though, because I see the objection. But even when you articulate, well, why wouldn't God decrease suffering by 50 or 80%? I'm not sure exactly what that means. Like, you could get rid of half of all animals. That would decrease the suffering by 50%. You could dull their senses by 50 or 80%.
I think the fact that they already exist certainly changes the relevant facts here. You know, like the fact that that beings already exist and you're taking them out of existence is a different kind of thing to prior to their existence, making the choice about whether to bring them to be or not. And that's going to change the kind of relevant moral considerations, right? And so we have to bear in mind that the thought experiment wherein we're posed with the question of we can just kind of poof everyone out of existence, right? That's a very different question to the question of we're sort of a disembodied mind sans creation with God. And he's like, hey, do you think I should like do that thing? And we say like yes or no. Those are different things in my mind.
But then could they function? Because I see your concern, Joe, like, well, God's making the rules of the game. But it could be the case that creating animal life has these necessary elements in it, provided God does not excessively interfere with the system itself. So, for example, I mean, suppose it wasn't evolution. Suppose God created all animals in their final forms, like they are today, and they existed for billions of years and never underwent evolutionary change. Seems like the problem would still remain. You'd have predation, you'd have disease, you would still have all those bad things. There's just no evolutionary mechanism. It's just kind of always been. It seems like there's something more direct about animal life that is the problem here.
I guess it depends what specifically we're thinking about. I mean, there are different things to disentangle here. Are we focusing on, is it the fact that God used this almost like as a means by which to bring about creatures? And, you know, it seems as though he's maybe intending, maybe foreseeing, but not intending, you know. But is that what we're focusing on, or are we focusing on just the suffering inherent in the process? Is it God's directing of the process that's the problem? The way that I see it, it's just a matter of prediction. So, like, yeah, okay, maybe there are these necessary connections, maybe, but I mean, conceivably, epistemically, it definitely could have been otherwise. I mean, maybe they just have some sort of built-in anesthetic, such that when the zebra just gets the claw from, or whatever, gets like the teeth from the lion, some sort of built-in anesthetic, like, I don't know, there's some sort of psychophysical law that just kicks in, and they don't feel any suffering, but you know that the lion can still have its meal and so on.
But here's where my problem comes. I noticed I had the qualifier that God does not excessively interfere in the system.
Well, these are psychophysical laws built in from the get-go.
No, because normally when an animal experience, any of us, we're animals, when we experience pain, it motivates us to act in an extremely aggressive way to promote our own survival. So what if in some circumstances when an animal is attacked, that immense amount of pain is what allows it to escape the attack and then to go on living? And so then you say, well, maybe there's a psychosocial law where the animal doesn't feel pain when there is no possibility for escape. It's like, but there's no real biological mechanism. Right. It would seem like God would end.
That's hand wavy, but there is no, you know, like what Joe is proposing, right, is just such a mechanism. So in saying there is none, right, all that's happening there dialectically is Joe's going claim and Trent's going, but not claim. But that's not winning, right? That's just saying I believe the opposite.
God is an omnipotent being.
But that's what I think.
Yeah, but then he'd be interfering.
That's my point. Is
he could have set it up differently from the get-go with different rules.
What I'm saying is
that's Joe's point, right? And then Trent's just like, well, not that. But the point is that if there's disagreement there, you have to say why not that? Because as Joe said, right, it's at least epistemically possible. And the point of these possibilities, right, that according to the theist hypothesis, the fact that things could have been radically differently in the natural world, the psychophysical laws, the physical laws, and so on, that is a vastly important part of all of the other arguments from natural theology. If you're going to reject that, then you're going to lose all of the strongest all the strongest arguments for theism, right? Because theism as an explanation is best motivated by these sorts of considerations where it's God who's setting these values to this rather than that, and it could have been otherwise, right? So you can't. I don't think you're going to want to reject that as a theist, you're going to have to say, yes, God did set it to this rather than that, and it could have been this rather than that. And Joe's proposing, right? Well, suppose that's the case, God could have done a slightly better job in setting the psychophysical laws. And it seems like the theist should accept this out of their hypothesis. And then Trent's just saying, well, no, it couldn't have been that way. But the question then is, well, what grounds do you have for saying it couldn't have been that way?
God creating a natural system will inevitably entail things that are more or less perfect.
Yeah, some things. But what Joe's saying, right, is that it just could be more, right, a little bit. So okay, they could have pain such that when you stub your toe or something, you know, it informs you to like not keep walking in that direction and move around some object or whatever. And there's a kind of pain involved in that. But when a lion snatches your neck, you know, you just stop feeling things then, or your soul gets poofed out or something like that. James, if you want to join, by the way, feel free to hop in. You are welcome. But this wasn't a planned bad apologetics or anything. This was just off the cuff. But just let me know in the chat, James, if you want to.
In competition with each other. I worry that the concept of animal, that pain, for example, like God could create animals, you know, instead of having pain, what if we just had a heads up display that told us hand is burning, move hand? Well, a lot of us would ignore the heads up display, and our hand would become useless. So this seems to be, what I worry, the parallel here would be like, well, why can't God make people that are free but don't do evil? We qualify humans so much they're not really human or free anymore. Why can't God make animals that don't suffer in a natural ecosystem? It gets changed and qualified so much they're not really animals. They're more like furry robots that God's like sending around. That's my concern.
Well, to me, it seems almost like a limitation of imagination. I mean, this is an epistemic argument, so I don't need to say that these are actually metaphysical possibilities. But so long as so long as they're epistemically open, so long as I can conceive of these various other ways that reality could have been, we can factor that into our Bayesian analysis. And it really seems as though God could have set up psychophysical laws that really are really highly finely tuned in this sort of way, where they're, not as infallible foreknowledge of the various ways that things are going to go on. Surely he could have this precisely fine-tuned psychophysical laws that connect the suffering states that the organisms are in and their physical states, where it is actually privy to whether or not they're going to survive.
I like how Joe said finely tuned, right? Because that's kind of a little bit subversive. It's like it's fine-tuned, but it could be fine-tuned slightly better, right? That would be even stronger evidence in favor of theism if it were fine-tuned in that way. Hello, James. Welcome.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I was looking at. Yeah, there I am.
Gotcha.
Thanks for letting me jump in for a bit. I didn't watch all of the discussion, but I've watched a bit of it. It's interesting to hear Trent's line of defense here. I realized maybe he qualified some things earlier on that I didn't catch, but I don't get how God is omnipotent and then this is the best he can do. Like that's what we seem to be being asked to believe by Trent. Like, right. Well, if you tried to make animals that didn't experience pain, then there'd be this other problem because pain serves a purpose. That really sounds like, this is pretty much the best way to do it. That just seems to have exhibit a lot of lack of imagination to me.
I think that Trent is almost going to be forced to take the position that some of these goods for which a necessary condition is certain like types of suffering. So like when they talked about bravery at the start, maybe like that good just is so good, right, that it kind of justifies and absorbs all the kind of evils that we experience in the world. But then that claim, if this is, it depends on the context that's being put forward in, but that claim is going to seem implausible to most people. Most people are going to be kind of on the fence about whether that kind of good, is more valuable.
We just don't accept those claims in any other context. So imagine you want to say that, look, saving someone from the Holocaust is a really important type of good, because if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have like the reward. What is the award that they give out?
Right.
Friends, righteous among the nations. That's right. For people who help the Jews at their own risk, right? Like, because that's just a really important, and that is a special type of good, right? But we wouldn't want to say, well, that justifies having the Holocaust, so we can have that type of good. in fact, almost all of these types of things, like, well, what about, well, if we didn't have 9/11, we wouldn't have had all of the heroic firefighters and other people who went to
I said this
rescue.
about free will and murder as well.
You go to all of the cases.
We legislate like putting people who murder in prison rather than going, it's so valuable to preserve their freedom to murder that we in fact shouldn't lock these people up because it's some kind of violation of their freedom.
Yeah, it just seems that it's a very inconsistent way to look at how we value how we value people's choices or outcomes. And I think that, you know, one avenue here is, well, God just doesn't play by the same moral handbook that humans do, which you know, avoid some of those issues while creating a whole bunch more, I think. Now, I don't think Trent's going to go down that path, but you know, if you don't, then I think that the issue is how you justify saying, well,
right,
you know, God can allow all these horrible states of affairs because there's a good that comes out of it, which is like these sorts of virtues. I mean, the other thing is, I don't know how Trent thinks about different ethical frameworks like consequentialist or deontological or whatever, but under the main ones, I don't really see how you can justify God's behavior. Like, I don't see how it's virtuous to create these sorts of things. I don't see how, like, if you try to justify it on consequences, you've got to have a pretty good reason to think that these are the best way to get these consequences, right? And then, like, deontologically, particularly, if you think it's always wrong to use a person as a means to an end, if God is using people as a means to bring about, like, the virtue of bravery or something, like, well, God allows these people to be killed because otherwise there wouldn't be the ability for people to act bravely. I don't really see how that's going to be consistent with the way that that's typically conceptualized. So I'm just not sure if under any of these mainstream philosophical approaches to ethics, how you can justify these sorts of divine actions, or at least allowings. That would be that's actually one question that I would be interesting to put to people like Trent, as to like how they think about this, because I've said before that often theists sound quite consequentialist when they start to talk about these things. They're like, well,
right,
you know, God weighs up the different, you know, goods that he can bring about, and at least for a lot of approaches, that's just not going to work, right? Because God, if humans have rights that must be respected, God can't just say, well, I'm going to allow these 6 million to be killed because I have greater purposes. That's just not going to be acceptable, right? At least it would seem to me. Maybe allowing and doing is going to be different under that framework, but I'm not even sure how that works for God, who's omnipotent. So yeah, I don't know, but it would be interesting to see how they pass that, I think.
So on. And okay, even if that makes them different than the animals that we do in fact have, my point then would just be, why not create, rather, I won't put this as a question because questions aren't arguments. My point is,
look, he got him. Oh, sorry. Like, this is the bad part of me, but I just like, you know, like the rebuke of Cameron's.
It's more surprising that God created animals as we see them rather than animal star, like the ones that we are describing in this other epistemically possible scenario. That would be more expected under theism, the animal's star, than we see animals.
Would you be, I'm curious if your eyes will roll or your response would be to a defense saying, how do we know animal star doesn't exist right now? Because it's very difficult to determine the inner lives of.
So I'm thinking here that Joe's best response is going to be to appeal to Trent's beloved phenomenal conservatism, right? And just say, well, look, it seems like there aren't such psychophysical laws, like that, you know, they exhibit all the behaviors of being in pain and so forth. And I'm justified in believing in my seemings absent any defeaters by phenomenal conservatism. And so that's what I'm going to think, right, is going on in the cases where I see these animals suffering, and not think that they're like animal style, where there's these special psychophysical laws that where they're not suffering, but they still exhibit pain behaviors.
Anything, much less animals.
That is true. That's true.
And there is some, and I like risk being taken the wrong way here when I explain this, but there are, like, when you've seen, I've seen videos of like animals being like ripped apart, like on Reddit and stuff, just randomly, like a nature channel, and it's something like, it's actually very strange. Like, sometimes you'll look at the animal and they look peaceful, like they're being.
Yeah, that's because they're dead, Cameron.
I was thinking like that. Is it dead or like unconscious at that point? Like, I don't understand. Well, but this argument doesn't make any sense at all, right? If the animal looks peaceful, are we to infer that it is peaceful? Because if we take that line, then, well, if it looks like it's in pain,
Yes,
stupid
right.
camera, then, well, we should infer that it is in pain, in which case then the objection comes back.
Exactly.
Sorry,
And they're
my
definitely,
camera's being weird.
it's all right. You can figure that out. And it's like, okay, maybe sometimes it's like that, but there definitely are these cases, right? Where there definitely are these cases where are you okay?
Oh, it just, yeah, keep going. I'm
Yeah.
trying to fix it. I
Yeah.
don't know what the problem is.
There definitely are these cases where the animals also appear to be in pain, where they're like, horrendous, like screaming as they get ripped apart. The worst of these, especially amongst the higher primates, right? Like when chimps hunt other monkeys and they like tear chunks of flesh out of their back as they're, because of the higher orders of intelligence and awareness about what's going on and happening to them. Those are just really shocking to see.
Yeah, so this argument seems to be a bit problematic to me. So, like, usually the idea of theists is that God's not a deceiver, right? He doesn't set up reality sort of in a way that it's going to be consistently deceptive.
Right.
This is why even like young Earth creationists typically don't like the line that, well, God made the universe such that it looks old, but it's actually young. They tend not to like that because they say God's not a deceiver. So then why would God set up the animal kingdom such that there's clear parallels between human pain and animal pain? And it certainly looks like animals are in pain and they have things done to them that would cause them to be in pain, but they're actually not. That seems like a radical sort of deceptive action that I don't know that a good God would do that. And I don't know that theists would be all right with saying that. So it seems as just well as being implausible on the face of it, in my opinion. But the theology behind that just doesn't seem to work to me. Unless you want to go whole hog down that. But then the problem is at that point, it's basically just like reality could be any way. And well, God made it that looks
exactly
like that.
Well, that's what I meant
not.
about, it's going to undermine like all of these kind of epistemic principles.
Yeah, it's going to undermine once you start going down that God is a deceiver route.
Who knows, right? Do I have hands?
God made it look like that Jesus was resurrected, but actually,
exactly.
And they're just like sitting there like this, just like getting their leg like ripped off, and it's weird. Like, so I don't know how.
Other times though, they definitely don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You can find videos
Yeah.
on the dodgier parts of the internet of human beings doing exactly the same thing.
I mean, it is, but it is a good point that we have to consider now philosophy of mind and how do we have access to the mental states of others and so on. I mean, it's a potentially problematic aspect that God doesn't clue us into this fact that things suspiciously seem as though it's animals, not animal star. That might.
I think that this is also an interesting point that Joe's raising, right? Because the response, the kind of skeptical theist response of God having reasons that we're just unaware of, and that could be the case. I sort of think that it just pushes the book back, because built into the characterization of theism, you sort of think that, well, a good God who might have these mysterious reasons would reveal them in special revelation or something, so that people would kind of understand what's going on and be able to make sense of it or something, if they weren't able to do so.
Presumably it's got to be the case that we wouldn't understand them. I think that's got to be
maybe
the line that we wouldn't understand.
That our cognitive capacities are just too limited to.
The thing is, he doesn't seem to have made much of an effort, though. Like, is that really the best he can do? Like, suppose I'm taking a young child to be vaccinated. Obviously, it depends on the age of the child, but I can't explain the immune system to the child, but I can say things that they might understand, like, this will help you to not get sick. I suppose if the child is young enough that, they can't even understand that, but even a fairly young child could understand that, right? And, given the cognitive capacities of humans, obviously a lot more than children, is God, God reveals things like the Trinity that are pretty hard to understand. Could he not do a little bit better in explaining his reasons for allowing so much animal suffering and diseases and holocausts and all of these things that were like, this doesn't really seem like it's adding to your glory, God. Like, could you give a few hints here as to why you've allowed these things? But it's like, apparently he can't even, there's not a lot of evidence that he's even made an attempt. And I suppose it's just so far beyond us that you couldn't even understand a little bit, which I don't know.
So
you can't
maybe
disprove that, but it just seems a bit of a cop-out to me.
Maybe there is, though, a kind of theological response that Cameron or Trent could take, but perhaps they're putting so much emphasis, right, on the kind of cognitive aspect of religion that they're unable to make this point, which would be look, I can't make sense of it cognitively in this way, but what theology teaches me is to reflect on the suffering of Christ, and that there's suffering in the world, and what Christians know is that we are to respond to it in this way by like loving our neighbor and doing our best. But yeah, you don't like have these cognitive answers for you, and that's not going to do it. Like, so then it's going to be like, look, you're still rationally permissible to either maybe abandon theism in the face of the problem of evil, or to just be an atheist, right, in the face of the problem of evil, or an argument from evil. But here is like the Christian response. It's to say, I just don't know. There's like other considerations that maybe I think about that I say rationally justify me, but I at least have like a theological response because I can't understand these reasons. The theological response is like God saying, look, there's suffering in the world, and bear your cross like Christ or something, which it's not satisfying cognitively, but maybe it can.
I actually think that is the best response. And I have heard something like that said before by some, dare I say, more thoughtful Christians about this sort of thing. Yeah, and I think that sort of response is potentially quite. I think it's a good response for people who already have a bunch of like Christian or pro-Christian commitments, right?
Right. But if you don't,
the problem is that it doesn't do much for those who don't. Which it's not trying to. So I sort of respect that in that. Well, it's upfront and honest about it, and there may be some things that we just can't understand, right? But coming to that point, I still find it a good reason, among others, to not believe in theism. So
right.
Present problems of its own.
So a different approach to this whole Bayesian like argument from evil is, what about skeptical theism? I feel like we should at least discuss like skeptical theism. I mean, I'm not like the biggest fan of skeptical theism. I mean, I guess it depends on the day, but it's like one of the most popular responses to the problem of evil is like, we really don't know what that probability is of how likely the suffering in the world will be given theism.
Yeah.
We just don't know what that probability is, given the fact that God's not.
But we do when it comes to like fine tuning and everything else. We know with actually certainty.
When I run this argument about fine tuning, it's not well received. So I feel like there's a bit of an inconsistency here. We can know what sort of universe God would create, but we can't know what sort of universe God would create when it comes to the moral status, only the physical constants. Yeah, I don't find that. I think skeptical theism can get you, I guess we were sort of just talking about that, it can get you some of the way, but when you're running a fine-tuning argument along with that, I think it becomes a lot less plausible.
Yeah, it's just that when you look at everything holistically, then you're just generating these inconsistencies in your approach. I mean, like, you could be consistent, right? So maybe there's someone who would respond with like skeptical theism to an argument from evil, and they just wouldn't use the fine-tuning argument. But at least in the case of Cameron, and he said,
well, I know Cameron does, and I know others who use the fine-tuning argument.
And he did say, he doesn't use skeptical theism so much. So maybe he is being consistent on that account. But at least, some theists are going to have to be kind of wary of that.
Knowledge is so much greater than our own, and there's, we have these epistemic limitations on us, and so forth. So, what are y'all's thoughts on skeptical theism and how it relates to like Bayesian arguments from evil?
I think it's interesting. It's we need to be careful because it can turn into universal acid potentially, as you've pointed. Well, not in response to skeptical theism, but universal acid that you've talked about. Like, if we're so epistemically in the dark about God's reasons for action and so on, like, what's going to happen to the rest of natural theology? In order to run certain fine-tuning arguments, you need to be able to make predictions about what God would do or might do. And you need to make.
And I'm gonna
pull my priors out my posterior.
Name drop again, John DePoe.
Yeah.
His positive skeptical theism is compatible with natural theology. We're using a lot of big terms.
Sorry, I thought I heard you. It was Alex saying, "Can I suggest?" And I thought I heard you saying, "Can I suggest?"
Do you know what? I don't know what Cameron's referring to there. Do you know what that is?
The John DePoe thing? No, I don't. Maybe we'll see.
No, it doesn't matter. Oh, my camera's gone again. I just wondered. It's been doing that lately. I don't know why.
Do you use I saw the OBS symbol. Are you like using OBS to get your camera through the thing? Maybe.
No, it's just because I have OBS installed. It sets that up as a separate
like
camera, and so when my main camera dies, it defaults to that. And I don't know why my main camera's been dying. I think it's some sort of software or driver issue. I don't know.
Yeah,
because I can just turn it back on, like it works. I don't know why. Just try to ignore that. I'll just fix it when it happens.
For the sake of people listening, can we just spell out what skeptical theism actually is?
Yes.
Because we've said it a few times.
Yeah, there are different versions.
I'll let you do it.
Yeah, there are different versions of skeptical theism. The most basic version is the one that your grandma gave. God's ways are mysterious, basically. His ways are not our ways, so we shouldn't expect to be able to see all the reasons for which God acts. There are much more sophisticated ways, like, the range of possible goods, evils, connections between obtaining states of affairs, and so on, of which we are aware, is not representative of the total range of goods, evils, connections between goods and evils, and so on, that there are, such that we wouldn't be able to conclude from our inability.
Or we don't know if our sample is representative.
Yeah, whether our sample is representative, such that we can't justifiably conclude from our, let's say, not being able to see a good coming about from an evil, that there in fact is no such good, or that probably there is no such good, because the range of goods and evils and necessary connections among them and so on that we are aware of is that's not representative of the total range that there is. So we wouldn't be justified in making that leap. So that, there are different ways to put it. And
so more or less we have an idea that, there is some reason or justification for the existence of suffering, but even if there is such a reason or explanation,
we shouldn't expect to be able to see
it. It doesn't follow that we must be able to know what that reason is or to be able to comprehend that reason. This seems to me a good understanding of what skeptical theism is.
And what's difficult is that once you...
Oh, well, I'm glad it's a good understanding according to you, Alex, the gatekeeper of knowledge in the conversation. I don't know. You don't have to comment, but it's just that Alex and Cameron both really frustrate me, is like, the way that they conduct themselves and go about these conversations and things.
Make that epistemic distance between us and God so large, you start to be able to, you tend to bleed into areas where you're not able to predict what God would do. I mean, will God suspend the laws of nature tomorrow? I mean, does he have maybe he has a morally sufficient reason to do that. I mean, after all, God's ways are infinitely greater than our ways. I mean, who are we? The range of reasons of which we're aware is not representative of the range of reasons that there are, and so on. As you pointed out, there are ways to...
There's different versions of skepticism.
I think that might be a bit like potentially the biggest problem for skeptical theism is that of a kind of moral paralysis that it might bring about. That is, if there is this suffering that exists.
I think it does run the other way, though, as well. Whereas you have to say that it actually could be the case that, for all we know, it's kind of worse than we imagined. Like if we were aware of all of the relevant facts, we would see that God's action is like just so evil and wrong or something like that. Like that's got to be a possibility as well. From us having, a non-representative sample or epistemic kind of sample. So I think that is at least as strong an objection as this one that Alex is about to raise.
There are kind of deer getting caught under a fallen tree and starving to death, and starvation and predation and this kind of stuff. And we don't know what this reason is, but there is some reason that it's there. There is some good that it's serving. There is something about it that's justified. We run into a problem when it comes to trying to confront it or trying to change it. If we were in a situation where we have the opportunity to prevent an animal from suffering, if skeptical theism is telling us that, or indeed even a person, if skeptical theism tells us that, well, when you see some suffering, you should essentially assume that there is some good justification, you just don't know what it is. And when I see, it's more difficult with a person, because I think scripture like for a Christian, they could say, well, we have revelation to tell us that you should be helping people from suffering, and
have a morally sufficient reason of which you're unaware
to
allow
divine deception.
To allow for certain.
This is true. But so of course the problem that I'm getting at is that when you are faced with evil, the skeptical theist says, when faced with evil and suffering, assume that there is a justification for why it's happening. You just don't know what it is. Then when I see some form of suffering and I have an opportunity to step in and prevent it, skeptical theism seems to say that I should actually refrain from helping the drowning child in the pool or something, because, well, there's a justification as to why that's taking place. It's a greater good that it's serving. And by stepping in, if God wanted to allow that child to drown, he's got better understanding than I do of the situation. So why should I not allow the child?
Because given my cognitive limitations and that I don't know, God has a greater good for allowing certain evils.
Something I'm finding, again, like funny in terms of the parity here is the way in which this kind of resembles the evolutionary argument against naturalism. Like in the sense that like this kind of belief that theists are committing themselves to is then going to provide a kind of defeater, right, for their belief in like a bunch of other things that they want to believe in their hypothesis.
given my limitations, I cannot rule out the greater good is me being heroic and stopping the evils. Given my limitation and skeptical thing, I could say, you're right, I don't know. There could be a lot of greater goods. There could be ones I do or don't know. But one I seem to be aware of at this moment is the good of me ameliorating suffering.
But he can't appeal to his seeming here, because he's provided himself with a defeater for his seeming, which is that God has unknown morally sufficient reasons for allowing things that seem to us to be wrong, right?
Yeah, so I always thought that thinking about this, the best response of the Christian, I would have thought, is not to say it seems like it would be good for me to avoid this, because for the exact reason you said, well, we've just said that those are unreliable, so you can't trust those. Instead, it would be simply to say God has commanded us to do certain things in certain cases. And so that's what he wants us to do, right?
Yeah.
Irrespective of our seemings, effectively. Like, well, don't worry about whether it seems like it's a good or bad thing.
Yeah,
just like act in these certain.
So just become like a zealot, like a religion.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know if you can reconstruct morality entirely on that basis, but I think that, like, the broader issue is if we're thinking about, it's these questions are not just relevant for determining how to act, although they are. They're also relevant for determining blame and responsibility, and that involves counterfactual reasoning. Like, well, you should have done this thing in the past. You didn't, right? But you should have. It would have been better if you'd done that. And in that case, it doesn't seem like you can appeal to this, right? Because it's like, well, God allowed the situation to happen such that you could have and you didn't, and then this bad thing happened. So presumably, it's better that happened, right, than the converse, because God could have set things up. And I was just thinking about this before. God is so powerful, it seems to me, unless you're an open theist or something, that he can change the outcome of any choice that you make without just arbitrarily overriding your free will. He can just subtly tweak. I mean, even without miracles, right? Although, of course, he could do that if he wanted to. But he could just subtly
by giving
tweak,
you a reason or something, or
but he could just subtly tweak the initial conditions of the universe such that a bullet that just missed Hitler in reality actually killed him, right? No one's free choice has been changed there. It's just that situations were subtly different in a way that ultimately God was in control of, and then, well, no Holocaust, right? And that's just obviously an extreme example, but he can do that for any outcome, right? Where someone made a choice, he could have changed things so that the outcome didn't happen, even without just preventing them from making the choice. He could have just changed the situations or given them a better reason, as you suggested. That's another way to do it. Or he could have just miracled, which I don't know why that's not allowed. If God can miracle if he wants to. So the point is, there's so many ways where God could have altered the outcome. But obviously he didn't, right? Which tells us that there must have been, if it's in the past, it happened. That must have been what God wanted to happen. And therefore, when we reason, well, you should have prevented this bad thing, it seems like, well, no, we shouldn't reason that way because it's actually better that it happened. How do we know that? Well, because God allowed it to happen, so it must have been better.
Right.
So, I mean, I guess you could have said, well, you should have obeyed God's commandment. But it seems like we're saying that we should do things even though we know that it was actually good that we did. Like, it just seems to be a bit muddled
you're saying,
at that point.
Whatever we do is the best kind of thing, right?
Whatever has been done, so it's in the past, right? So this gets around Trent's point, which is that, well, maybe God wants us to be part, but once it's happened, like, well, God allowed that to happen, so it must have been the best thing, because if it wasn't the best thing, then God wouldn't have allowed it to happen by this reasoning. So then all our counterfactual reasoning and things doesn't really work. I guess you could still say that, well, you should have done it even though that not doing it was the best thing.
Have you tried that in a court of law?
I don't know. It just maybe I don't know if you could somehow make that work on some justification, but it just seems very strange to me that that's how morality works now. Or it seems to me that it would work if
under
we
this framework.
have to reconstruct it under the basis that whatever did happen in the past is the best thing. So, well, technically, like, there was a rule that you violated, but it was good that you violated it because God allowed it to happen. But we're going to punish you anyway. Like,
yes,
it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, and that doesn't seem to be how we reason morally. There seems to be I guess the point I'm making is there seems to be a radically involved radical reconstruction of moral reasoning and thinking, even about like blame and attribution of responsibility and things like that.
Yeah.
Which I don't know that the theist wants to swallow that. Maybe they can swallow that and just say, well, like, that's how it works when you're a theist.
Yeah, but you're saying we should be so much more committed to these kind of like legal commitments that we have that stem from our values and so forth. That
I'm saying we need a very good reason to think that's
abandon them or change.
Why we should abandon that sort of way of thinking. And I don't know
for
that
the theist,
that's
though,
really
it's a
been
positive
offered.
argument, right? Because you're going to say, well, look, you are committed to these things in this way. And so that's inconsistent with these other things that you're saying.
Well, whether it's a reason for the theist to abandon, I'm not sure. Maybe it would. But I think it's a reason for someone who's not a theist to not be convinced by their arguments, because they're basically requiring me to reconstruct the way we think about a lot of fundamental moral principles without really a reason. Like this is just what they need it seems to me, in order for the skeptical theist argument to work. It's like, well, just doesn't seem plausible to me that that's how we should think about, like that we're just sort of fundamentally mistaken about how we talk about things, and really whatever happened was the best thing because God allowed it that way, especially when we seem to have reasons to think that it wasn't the right thing. Like that, yeah, it's almost like that there's this sort of game theoretic interaction between us and God. It's like, well, God wants you to act as if you have insight into what would be a good or bad thing to do, but once it's happened, you can't reason like that anymore, because whatever happens, obviously God wanted that to happen because he's sovereign.
I'm wondering if you could make like a value type distinction or something, where it's like, you know, there are certain goods which are good from God's point of view, but they're just like, there's like two tiers of morality. There's like God morality, which is different from our morality, and there's our morality. And
well, I think that's what some theists say, right?
Yeah. But yeah, then it's going to just
makes it hard to predicate goodness of God, I think. But that's another issue.
And since I am aware of that good and operating on a previous moral command, then it would follow. So I'm not as concerned about skeptical theism being this kind of acid. I do think that in addressing the problem of evil, people who put forward easy solutions probably haven't thought very hard about the problem. I think it's a multifaceted approach. But I do think, though, Alex, that at most, like if you're weighing, like it makes God really implausible, that's got to be weighed against the reasons for God.
Yeah.
And then it gets really difficult, like how we assign mathematical values.
But this is why I think, for instance, this is why I think it benefits you to press like an evidential logical distinction, because if you say something like, well, what you're presenting is really an evidential problem of evil, not a logical one, then if you present an argument for the existence of God that's logically valid, then you can say, as you said in our debate, that, well, like any amount of evidential evidence is not enough to overcome a logical argument.
This is... did you hear earlier when Alex was like talking about the distinction between logical and evidential?
I caught a bit of this. I didn't find it very interesting, to be honest.
I think it stemmed from... He was kind of saying... I think there was one good thing he said in it, which was that a distinction between a logical and evidential problem like can be made as a rhetorical move, right? To be like, look, I know this distinction, so I've got more facts than you. You're incompetent if you don't know this. That's one way it could be used. But emphasis on the could, right? It doesn't have to be used that way. And Alex was kind of then rejecting the idea that the distinction is useful. But the problem is that the distinction is very useful because, you know, presumably upon reflecting on all the facts, we're going to think, I mean, maybe you don't agree, but at least I think that, you know, like God's existence isn't logically incompatible with some of these evils existing. So then the only available option, right, to sort of like disprove God by evil is going to be an evidential argument. So, yeah.
I mean, I think the idea of a logical argument is that you do try to draw out a strict contradiction between some aspect of God's nature and the existence of evil. I think that it can be a bit murky because, I mean, you can frame an evidential argument as like a deductive in propositional form, right?
Yeah, right.
It's not really the form of the argument. It's more like the logic behind it. And that requires you to have a specific conception of God and like to draw out some direct contradiction. And I think that those attempts, from my understanding, have not been very successful, which is why I also favor, more of an evidential approach. But I mean, the thing is that logical, like drawing out a strict logical contradiction is quite difficult because you just have to be very careful about the process and where the contradiction arises. But I don't think many people, when that, just to mention why I say that, I don't think many people, when they're thinking about evil, really think of it quite in that way. They just think about, well, like what's God's reason or explanation for allowing all these evils, and that just seems to fit more naturally in an evidentialist framing. So I just think that's more helpful to talk about in many contexts.
And the same problem that's there with all logical arguments, right, is going to be there with a logical problem from evil. Like, supposing you do draw out some inconsistency between someone who accepts a set of claims, well, that person, it doesn't have to reject any specific claim in order to be consistent. And so it's always open to the theist to, just reject one of the claims that isn't, God exists, or to introduce, to kind of modify their beliefs such that they adopt some new belief, which taken together with the characterization of theism entails evil existing in some way, and then reject the conclusion. Like, there's all sorts of so the prospects for a successful logical argument from evil are just really low, because the standards are so high. There's so much that you have to do to actually ensure that the theist is kind of like signing up to all of those premises, modifies their beliefs in a particular kind of way. And it's easier, I think an evidential argument is more fruitful, because you can kind of like raise the problems that there are for the theist in these kind of broader strokes where they're going to kind of agree to it, and then you can maybe work with them dialectically as well to resolve these issues, rather than it being like, the stakes are you either abandon the claim God exists or you don't, instead, and then maybe you can work together towards some collective vision of what's going on there.
Right. The other side.
Something about that. I'm sorry. So even if you have a logically valid argument and you think it's like a demonstration, you still have to ask, well, what's the plausibility of each of the premises? And that's going to come in a kind of scale, right? Some of them are going to be more plausible than not, maybe only 60% plausible, and so on. I mean, your justifications for that's going to vary. So almost everything is going to come down to an evidential, which I'm very sympathetic to Trent Doherty's point, but
that's right.
Like, I don't really think there is. I mean, even when you have these sorts of demonstrations, even in mathematics, you have to assess, well, how plausible is this premise? And at some point, you're just relying on intuition and seemings and so on. But setting that aside, you did make a good point in response to the moral paralysis objection, but that actually might turn against itself when you come back to the skeptical theist response to the problem of evil. I just want to briefly mention that Paul Draper points this out. Even in response to these sorts of Bayesian arguments, you could say, yeah, maybe God has a morally sufficient reason. Maybe there are goods of which we're unaware that are necessarily connected with these evil states of affairs. But it's also equally true that there might be or there might be further evils of which you're unaware that are connected with these sorts of things. Maybe, you can add that, but it seems as though the epistemic reasons of which we're unaware that are like good-making features.
Yeah, they cut both ways. That's
or that are goods that might come about from this evil. It seems as though that's kind of canceled out from further bad things that might even come about, and just horrendous things of which we are unaware as well. And so once those cancel out, we're just left with the first order reasons. And the first order reasons, even granted, seen by the skeptical theist, favor like God not allowing these sorts of things, because we know that this is such a bad state of affairs. So it seems to cut both ways.
Well, let me get back a little, because with your concern, I do feel like, though, it's like if we weigh these different arguments evidentially, they're trying to prove different things. And so many of the arguments for God are just showing there's a kind of necessary, sustaining, external, transcendent cause of the universe. And some of them purport to show the moral qualities of God. It would be like saying, two orphans are arguing, they live in a horrible situation in their orphanage. And like, if we had loving parents, we wouldn't have ended up here. Like, well, there's this possibility and this or that. And then one of them just says, no, this clearly shows we don't have parents. I'm sure the other orphan would say, well, we clearly have parents. I mean, where did we come from? Now it seems like we're disputing whether they're loving or not. Yeah. So it seems like the concern about suffering, it's really focused in on one particular, either power or love, but not necessarily necessity, infinite, immutable. So one could even have your position,
hang on,
that there is
pause it. Does Trent go along with divine simplicity?
Yeah,
he's
a
that was a Catholic position. Yeah, what on earth is he talking about? Aren't those properties all the same?
Well, so he would.
God is identical to his
say,
properties, right? And so, maybe you understand what he thinks better than I do.
Well, what Trent would say, right, is that he can intelligibly talk about these things because he's talking analogically about God. So when he's talking analogically about God, because he's not speaking like univocally, he's not actually like predicating these things directly of God. So God in himself is still divinely simple, and they are all equal to one another. But in terms of our kind of flawed human ways of talking, we have to say these things analogically. But I'm not saying that that's
so yeah, I can well, I don't really understand that, but I can sort of see what you're saying there. But the issue is not just what he's saying, but the place that it's supposed to play in the discussion. He seems to be saying that, look, maybe an argument from evil could give you a reason to doubt either omniscience or omnipotence or omnibenevolence. Like one of those two. But you'd have all of those. You still remain a theist effectively. I mean, I guess maybe he would just say, well,
that's better than leaving.
At that point, you're like, maybe divine simplicity has got to go as well, because like if God is identical to all his attributes, I don't see how you can then say, well, we're going to take one of those away and he's still still God. Like, surely he's not God at that. Like, he's identical to those attributes. How can you then remove one and say, well, you still believe
maybe
in God at that point?
Well, maybe, I mean, the doctrine of divine simplicity, right, is just to say that everything God has, God is. But you could say, I mean, it doesn't really dictate whether God's going to be omniscient and that's going to be identical to his omnibenevolence and everything else, or whether God's going to be like, quasi-niscient, if that's a word, and that's going to be identical to his everything. Like it doesn't dictate the magnitude of those powers, maybe. I'm not really sure though. Do you think divine simplicity commits people?
I can't make any sense of divine simplicity, right? But in terms of what he's saying here, I guess you could say that, well, God's identical to the attributes that he has, but that's not one of them.
Right.
It still seems odd, given his commitments, to say, well, we could maybe just sort of do without that one. I mean, especially if you say like whatever God is necessarily, and so we're going to say that.
Yes,
I don't know. Like, I guess he says epistemically we don't know what properties he has necessarily, and so we could be convinced that we were wrong about something that we thought he had necessarily, but actually we were wrong about that. And
it's certainly difficult with
omnibenevolence or something.
It'd be difficult to reconcile, I think, with just the general way that Trent thinks about theism overall, because he thinks that there are like Aristotelian essences, that there's degrees of being, and God is like the top tier. So then if you start like downgrading the status of God, it's not clear, how reality does fit together anymore. And also with Catholicism and what the Catholic Church teaches. So, I mean, Trent could still say, like, look, you can be a theist and maybe abandon some of this characterization of God, but that's still going to be a problem for someone like him, because that might land you outside of the Catholic Church. And so like there are these other considerations do come to bear when Trent's saying, like, you could you could modify your thinking in that way, but that's still counter to it depends what you're defining as a successful argument here, right? Like, presumably someone abandoning Catholicism is not what Trent wants from the discussion.
Yeah, I guess maybe he can get it to work with divine simplicity. It does seem a little odd to me to start separating out God's attributes when you think that way. Again, maybe one can make sense of it, but it does seem like if he were to, like, I don't know why he's saying this effectively, because I suppose, yes, you could give this up, but it's giving up so much. Does he even want to defend what's left? Like, I guess
arbitrary limits thing, right? As well, like in terms of evaluating the theory holistically, they're really big on the idea of like God not having arbitrary limits makes it a simple theory. So now they're just going to put these arbitrary limits on, which are only motivated by getting around like this problem of evil thing. And then it's going to be like, well, look, your overall theory now is like just really arbitrary. Like, why does it stop at this point rather than that point?
Yeah, well, let's see where he goes with this. But I wanted to clarify that point about divine simplicity.
Like Aristotle's God, an unmoved mover, essentially. Although then I guess the theist strategy to move forward would be, do we have more compelling reasons to think God is good, maybe by definition or necessity, than what presence of evils might sway us another way?
Yeah, I mean, you can even go further, as Stephen Law does. I made a video on his evil God challenge, where he imagines a God who is exactly opposite to the kind of God that we're met with in traditional theism. And we say we have a malicious God, an evil God, who basically seeks to bring about the worst possible outcome. Now, if I said that such a God existed, you would probably rightly laugh at me, in part because we're clearly not in the worst possible outcome. Like, if there was an evil God, he'd make things far worse for us than the way that they are. But of course, this mirrors the way that somebody who says that there's a good God, surely, like, this isn't as good as things could be. He could make things much better for us. And so what people do is they say, you have this problem of evil for a good God. But the evil God hypothesis has a problem of good. If there is an evil God, then why are there good things? Why isn't everyone suffering all the time? And you can actually construct equal and opposite theodicies. So you could say that, well, the reason why people are able to experience joy and happiness is because it makes it worse for the people who are not experiencing joy and happiness. They experience a deeper level and different kind of suffering, such as the suffering of loneliness, that cannot exist unless there are other people who are existing happily. And so if somebody, and Stephen Law's point is to say that because when you're faced with the evil God hypothesis, most people say that is just patently ridiculous because of the world we find ourselves in and how suffused with goods it is, that we should be fair in granting the alternative hypothesis that when someone says there's a good God, we should just be saying that's patently absurd because of the amount of suffering.
My quick rejoinder.
I do tend to think in response to this, right? It's like, if that were the only evidence, then, theists should obviously be saying, yeah, like there's a parity here between the two. But theists are obviously going to have independent reasons as to why they reject the evil God, right? And even if they don't, then they can just reflect upon that and go, yeah, look, I'm being inconsistent in this way, and then come up with some reasons, right? After having now been provided with the evil God argument that they weren't aware of before. So I'm just not sure. I think it's interesting, but again, I just don't think it's going to be like a successful argument in the sense of causing theists to really like shift their position, right, in light of it.
Well, no, it's not. I think that it's interesting because many theists, I suspect, haven't thought of things like that before. What's Trent's rejoinder? I'm curious of what he says there.
To the evil God objection is that it only succeeds. This will get us down, and unfortunately, we don't have another few hours to talk. I wish. I'm sure Joe has a lot of thoughts on this. It will turn on one's metaphysical understanding of the concepts of good and evil. That if good and evil are just competing substances that only differ trivially, like good is the red stuff and evil is the blue stuff,
yes,
whatever, then the evil God objection might work. But if one had more of a privation view of evil, that good is more like metal and evil is more like rust, then the concept of an evil God, well, God who's completely evil, would not be this, nefarious being. It would just be non-existent. And of course, I understand that there are controversial views about the privation theory of evil, but I think in a classical theistic model, that's a route that I would go in answering the objection and moving.
But then isn't there a problem here? Because
come back on that, or do you want
I mean, I haven't read a lot about the privation theory of evil. It makes no sense at all to me. I don't know, like, what theory of good is being appealed to here?
So according to Trent, good has a positive, like being is good. So anything that existing is good. So when we predicate evil of things, evil is like a kind of a lack of being in some way. So like maybe there's like.
Sorry, what do you mean existence is good? Why is any existence good?
So according to the Thomistic doctrine of the convertibility of being and goodness, so that it's just like, is that being is good?
I mean, that doesn't seem a plausible theory of goodness, though. Like, we can tease apart being and goodness conceptually in many different ways. We can think of things that are clearly not good that exist. I don't.
Well, that's the thing, is
on the face of it, just doesn't make any sense to me.
So they're gonna talk about existing in different, like equivocally, basically. So they're gonna say, like, okay, so the sense in which beings exist, right, is not the same sense in which evil exists. Yeah, and this is why it becomes a complicated, like view to introduce, right? And there's going to be questions then about like, well, the kind of bullets that you have to bite in accepting a view like this, right? Are they well motivated, or are they better motivated than just like abandoning the position in the first place? And I think that those are legitimate concerns.
I mean, the way that I understand good as being conceptualized, and I guess this is modern analytic philosophy, not Thomism, which I always said I do not understand very well. I mean, we think of good as a property that sort of pertains with respect to certain states of affairs, let's say, and then we sort of come up with, well, what states of affairs is it correct or appropriate to predicate this property of, right? And maybe it's like pleasure, or maybe it's preference, satisfaction, or well-being, or something. Like there's lots of theories, right? But sort of we give a theory of that. I mean, any of those theories, we could say, well, the privation of those things then would be evil. But I don't see then it doesn't follow that. Like you could have a privation theory of evil, but I think it's really the theory of good that you have, because you could just say, well, the evil God is the God who attempts to bring about maximal privation of those things.
I think the problem that Trent's raising is
unsatisfied preferences or something.
I think the problem that Trent is raising is that to the extent that God is evil, right? God doesn't have being. So if like the idea of a fully evil God, according to Trent, like combined with this metaphysical position, that means that like a fully evil God is a non-existent entity. And I mean, the problem is that so this works for Trent, right? Insofar as it addresses the problem. But I mean, most.
Well, I just can't make sense of the view, right? So if we think of a fully evil God as a God who is or anti-God, anti-God's goal in life is to maximally instantiate states of affairs which are bad. And so what are bad states of affairs? Well, again, we can give a theory of that. Bad states of affairs might be states of affairs involving suffering or unsatisfied preferences, or inequalities, or all sorts of other things like that, right? So there's no inconsistency there.
According to Trent's view, that the evil, like in those states of affairs, or the badness, whatever, is the way that it's disordered being. So like that.
I mean, I think we could agree with that. But so then what's the problem though? What's the problem for anti-God? So anti-God tries to bring about disordered states of being, which we can call bad states of being.
I think the problem is that Trent's saying that disorder like isn't like maybe this is the wrong phrase to use, but isn't like an ontological reality, right? Like it doesn't have being. It's a disorder of being, right? And so something like an entity that's supposed to be purely evil is an entity that's non-existent, because it can't have being, because if it had, to the degree that it had being, it would.
It seems like a word game to me. Like, do we even need to say that I don't really understand that, right? But we could just say, okay, look, they're not wholly evil. They just they're omnipotent, and their only purpose is to disorder being such that we could call it bad. If that doesn't count as purely evil because of some weird ontology game that I don't understand, I'll just define it slightly differently.
Right. That would probably
it's an omnipotent being whose only purpose is to disorder being in such a way that it is maximally disordered, or most bad or evil, however you want to frame that.
Yeah.
I mean, presumably he'd have something to say to that, right? But yeah. And I appreciate you trying to articulate it to me, but it feels like a bit of a semantic game to cop out of the underlying point, which is, if you don't want to say it's wholly evil, then just reconceptualize it in a slightly different way. And I don't because you can have a person who's evil. Surely Trent would agree with that. Now just give them a bit more power and a bit more power. Like, is there some limit to how powerful an evil being can be? I don't understand why there would be a theoretical limit to there, unless you just want to say God wouldn't, like, at least conceptually.
So I think the problem with that? So maybe Trent could say, that like, look, there isn't a problem with that, but now we've got an asymmetry between the evil God hypothesis and the classical theism hypothesis, such that
there's an asymmetry there. Yeah. So, and then he's going to say that makes his more plausible. I don't understand the metaphysics enough to accept why that, because honestly, just a lot of things that Aristotelians say about being don't make any sense to me, and I guess I just need to spend more time trying to understand them. But it's probably just because I spend most of my time trying to interpret and understand contemporary analytic philosophy, right? And even a little bit of contemporary continental, like since Kant or whatever. But these Aristotelian concepts just aren't invoked them. I'm a bit too hasty there, because there is a bit of a modern revival of virtue ethics and causal powers and things like that. But still, they often seem to be couched in modern analytic terminology.
They're brought into a way, a more precise way that we can understand.
Yeah, which kind of makes a way that makes more sense to me. Anyway, that's just
No, I agree with you. Like,
I find these difficult.
I also don't really understand what the view is kind of purporting to say, because so something that I think about, right, is I kind of get the idea that evil doesn't have a positive ontological status when we think of it like disordered states of affairs, but then I think of like viruses and things, right? And I'm like, well, the virus sort of like attacking. It's not like the virus has being, right? And it doesn't do anything else other than harm other things. And I'm kind of like, well, what, like in what sense, according to the privation theorist, is there not like an ontological reality of evil there? Because there's only, it's just kind of, I don't understand cases like that in terms of their theory. So I struggle to make sense of what they're saying there.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say that, so the thing is good and evil as I understand them, or let's say good and bad, I would describe those as properties, I guess, loosely. I mean, I guess.
Well, you're a nominalist, right? So
well, I mean, putting that aside, whether I'm a nominalist or not, I think that one could characterize it in those terms. Whether you think there's a Platonic form of it is a further question, right? But so and Trent before, I think he mentioned something just about substances, and so thinking about good and evil as or good and bad as substances already, I think that's a bit strange. I think they're properties of states of affairs. And so as a nominalist, I don't think that they have any ontological existence in that sense, because I'm a nominalist about properties. Now, if you're a Platonist, you would say they do have some sort of ontological substance, but you can also explain exactly in what sense that they do, the Platonic forms, right? So I guess as an Aristotelian, he has a slightly different way of thinking about that, but I don't know that there's a problem with other conceptions. Like it's almost like you're saying, look, if you buy into my Aristotelian metaphysics, then anti-God is not a problem. Well, maybe not, but then you already believe in God. Like it's basically the same sort of issue. It's like, well, okay, from your worldview, you've arranged things such that there can't be an anti-God, at least in this particular way. Although, as I said, I think that you can just explain it in a different way. But that's not really going to be convincing to people who don't already buy into that exact metaphysic.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe he's, as he said, if there were like 2 more hours, he claims, he could potentially like convince someone like Alex or something of this sort of point, or he's hopeful, I guess, that he could provide good reasons in favor of his view.
I think maybe one of the reasons that I find Aristotle or Thomism so difficult is because, at least with good communicators from other philosophies, including things that I don't agree with, when I listen to things, I can understand kind of what they're getting at, or I can see, they can say things that I can make sense of and dig into. Whereas it feels like the Thomists always just pull out these words that I'm just like, I don't know what you're saying.
I think
even when they're generally good communicators, it's like, and they always seem to say, well, if I had 3 more hours, I could explain this. Like that's just, it feels like that's always what they say.
I think it's such a different way of thinking.
Catholic guy who writes that blog that's very popular?
Ed Fazer.
Ed Fazer, like similar to that as well. He's always like, well, I need a whole book to explain my worldview. I'm like, well, like, why do you though? Like other people don't have to do that to make a clear point. But I feel like, I don't know.
It's because it's just a completely different system couched on, like I don't really understand, like I know enough of the terms to have some idea of what they're talking about when they say these things. But like I'm not like steeped in all of this, like even my understanding of, so I know that there's this doctrine that I just try to introduce called the convertibility of being and goodness, right? But I have no idea how this actually does work in terms of the problems that you were raising about how Aristotelians view essences and things like that. So it's like, oh, okay, right. So that this essence of goodness in some way is like inherent in whatever's good. But then how does that relate to God and everything that has positive ontological status as being good? And this, I don't understand where do those natures exist? Are they like ideas in the mind of God? I just don't, I don't get how the whole system fits together.
I mean, I think philosophy needs to start with either stuff that we know from science or like everyday sort of folk concepts that we have some grasp of. Positive ontological status isn't one of those, nor is it a scientific term. So already, I mean, that's not the most technical of terms we've used here. But the point is, already I'm like, what do you mean positive ontological status? Now, a lot of things in philosophy are contested in our technical terms, right? But I think good philosophy will extend, like, okay, a belief. Well, I got some folk idea about what a belief is, or a desire, or like a preference, or good and bad. So I've got some way to latch onto that, and then we can build on from that and say, well, we think about it in this way and introduce technical terms as we go. But it feels like the Thomists just always start with, now, when we think about the positive ontological status of God and evil is a privation of that, then actually evil can't have positive ontological status. And already I'm like, what are you talking about?
I honestly do think, though, I think this could be because we're engaging with like apologists and things like that with certain vices. Because whenever I have read whenever I've read like books on Aquinas's philosophy, I've genuinely always thought this actually sounds really close to something that like James thinks about. Like I read Frederick Copleston's book, and I was thinking, yeah, this is starting to sound like some kind of like realist empiricism, and I bet James would like really like this because like it given like the realism about all of these things, but it's also like empiricism, and so I think it will be like we'll go into it at some point when we do a bad apologetics on Thomism, I guess, and see.
You said a moment ago that, well, I present a problem of evil, and you say, well, this doesn't remove the possibility of there being some kind of God who's just like amoral or something. But it seems to me that your own view about the nature of God and the nature of good commits you to saying that actually isn't a viable option, because you can't think of a.
But I think my view of the nature of God is superior to those that are incorrect. I don't know if that's arrogant to say or not, but
doesn't this mean that for what you just said a moment ago, that somebody could have a problem of evil and just say, at best this just shows that there's a not maximally moral God, that on your own account,
or they're agnostic about the deity's character.
But and we were talking about this in the context of having arguments for God's existence, and then you've got the problem of suffering, and you say, well, you've got the arguments for God's existence and the problem of suffering. So the problem of suffering maybe makes you think that God isn't good, but you still got the arguments which show you that God is there. But the kind of arguments that you give, the kind of arguments that you support, do seek to establish that God is good by nature. And so you wouldn't be able to make that line as a theist. You wouldn't be able to say, well, yeah, you've got the problem of suffering, but you're not roling out God, you're just ruling out a good God. You surely can't do that.
Of course not. But I don't think the existence of the route that I agree that with law, in that we cannot use empirical observation to determine whether God is essentially good or evil. I think that's a prior metaphysical question based on your understanding of God.
I was going to say that the response to the evil God hypothesis that I find plausible is that you don't rule out an evil God by looking at good in the world. Yeah. That's one of the premises of his argument. And so I just don't think that that's like the way to do it.
Well, hang on. No. I think they're shifting the goalpost here, right?
I would quite like to...
Sorry, I got confused between the voice.
Oh, sorry. It's not about whether... Okay, so what Trent said is that, I think Cameron essentially agreed, is that you don't determine God's character by inducting over events in the world or something like that. You engage in prior reasoning about it. Okay, but the claim is more than that. The claim is not just that that's not how we determine God's character, or that we should remain agnostic about God's character after looking at the world. The claim is, from the person making the argument from evil, is actually that we should reason about God's character by looking at the world, and we should reason that it is either not omnipotent or not omnibenevolent, or maybe not both of those. We should reason that. And it won't be enough, I think, for the theist to say, well, that's not how you determine God's character. They need to give us a reason as to why we should not make that sort of inference. Trent's basically saying, well, that's not how I think we should find out about, or we should determine God's, or we should, come to belief about God's character. But why not? Like, why is that not appropriate? And then if he's going to say, well, like an invoke a skeptical theist argument, maybe he can do that, right? But then the thing that
I think this is in tension with his Thomism actually as well, because that
is not how I thought Thomism was a bit empirical to some extent.
It's fully empirical. So they have like they have some kind of causal premise, right, where effects contain their causes to some degree. So that's why people can reason back to God, because within the effects, like God is in some degree present, and that's why we can only talk about God analogically according to them. So it should be the case that by just examining empirical data, that we actually do get to God rather than evil God.
Yeah, I even my limited knowledge of Thomism, I was a little puzzled when he said that. But the other thing is, though, it's just such a weak response, because it's basically just him saying, look, I can push off your arguments from the problem of evil, because basically I already have a way that I think about God. It doesn't actually refute it for those who don't already have that. Like, if he wants to give a rebuttal that's going to be at least somewhat convincing to people who don't already hold that, then he has to give them a reason why it's plausible for them not to infer that God is not, that doesn't exist or isn't omnibenevolent or something on the basis of the inductive evidence. And for Trent then just to say, I don't think that's how you should form reasons, that form your belief about God's nature, that's just based on his set of beliefs, isn't really a reason at all. That's just basically him saying, given my other commitments, I don't think about it that way.
I think we've got to think about the context in which Alex is raising, like the evil God objection here. Like, is he raising it as an objection that ought to do something to Trent and Cameron, or is he raising it as like some kind of justification for atheism, and then say or agnosticism, and saying like, now what are you going to do, like to the theists?
Well, I'm just trying to remember. So he originally raised it when Trent was making the argument about, when Trent was commenting that he doesn't think that so remember, he originally said that, look, if you were two orphans and you were reasoning that we can't have loving parents because we're miserable, and then it wouldn't make sense to then say, well, we can't have any parents, right? And he used that as an analogy to say, well, problem of evil can't get rid of like a first cause or a sustaining cause or something like that. It could only at best tell you that God is not omnipotent or omnibenevolent. And then I was like, well, what about divine simplicity? And does that make sense? And why would he even want to defend a God like that? And then Alex then mentioned the evil God or anti-God, and then we sort of got onto that. But so I'm not entirely sure how it relates to, I think he just sort of went off from what Trent said, but sort of the issue is I don't know if it was directed at Trent or not, but he's just trying to remind everyone that he made a video about it. Well, he actually did explicitly mention the video, I think. So yeah, I guess that was part of the reason. But I would like to have come back to have the conversation focused on Trent's comment, because I don't know why he said it. He was basically saying that, Trent was basically saying that even if the problem of evil succeeds, you shouldn't give up belief in God, or you needn't at least, because it just gives up one property of God, effectively.
Right, that one.
Which is omnibenevolence or omnipotence. And I guess from my point of view, I don't know why Trent would say that, because I don't know why he would be interested in defending such a God. Or God, if we put it in quotes.
Well, maybe from Trent's point of view, right, he would say, well, look, I don't think that is true. Like I in light of these objections, I still maintain classical theism. But maybe he'd say, like, given other things I think about the world, I'd rather someone remain a Christian and a theist, even if they have an incorrect model of God or something like that. And that's why I say that.
I think that makes sense. Maybe it would have been nice for him to clarify why he was saying that, at least from my point of view, because like sometimes it sounds like people can sometimes say things just to have something to say, even if you're like,
right.
But does that really support your view? Or like, would you want to defend a view like that? Like, it's not enough to just suggest a kind of a line. But I guess he could have been going in that direction. But yeah, anyway.
Because I'm thinking, like if what Alex is doing is raising this as like a problem for the theists, then it's almost as though what Trent's doing here is actually very similar to what, like Oppie or someone else would do. And they just go, well, given my theory, that just determines which arguments I think are sound, and so that's why I don't think this argument is sound, because I obviously reject some of the premises there. I think there is an asymmetry or whatever. But...
Slightly change course and go back to something that we were talking about earlier, which is this idea of, if you have goods that are kind of parasitic on evils, would we rather have no evil and no parasitic good, or would we rather have them both? I gave the example of Martin Luther King, and you said that you'd rather have the world in which there's racism to require a Martin Luther King for the sake of having a Martin Luther King. I quite almost
wait, who said that?
Think that it would be preferable to
Cameron.
Serious? What?
I thought the animal suffering one was weirder, and I think the bravery one is closer, maybe.
I don't know, just that specific example. I just wow. Okay. I guess does that apply for the Holocaust as well? Like, I gave that as an extreme example. It was supposed to be, but it's pretty much this. Like, it's just
this is what
the
Swinburne
next level
says,
of the same argument.
Swinburne does say, he does legitimately say, like that the Holocaust enabled certain goods to be exemplified, of like people helping each other, that in Swinburne's assessment, do kind of justify it being permitted. That's not to say he obviously still thinks it's an evil. So he's being consistent there. But I agree, like to someone who's not like internal to that position, it's like, what the hell? Like, where's that assessment coming from? Like, it just doesn't seem that way. It seems like this thing is so evil. It's not, like a few people being like kinder transporters for like Jewish kids or whatever across Europe isn't like that much of a good that it absorbs all of these 6 million people who died.
Again, I think you have to just apply a different conception of morality or a different moral standard to God than you do for anyone else, because otherwise, imagine that you're in, I don't know, you're some alien race that's overlooking Earth, and you have the tools to subtly but effectively manipulate Earth's sociopolitical systems. you know, by getting a person in office here and changing a viewpoint there by cultural manipulation and whatever. And you're like, well, look at all of this racism and segregation, horrible things that are happening. Are we going to do something about that using our powers of manipulation? No, I don't think we should, because actually it's good that there's all this racism and segregation and discrimination, because then we can have these virtuous people, you know, who can come to the fore and change things. Would we accept that? Like, would we? That doesn't seem like we would regard that as acceptable. Yeah, it seems very strange to say, that. Like, well, should we? Maybe we shouldn't have stopped Hitler, because like there would have been even more discrimination and then there would have been more people. Like, we prevented people from saving more Jews by ending World War.
The great good of overthrowing
Hitler,
the global Nazi government was taken away.
Exactly, and now that couldn't happen. Like, are we really supposed to make inferences like that? It feels like that we should, if we take that seriously.
Like we have to almost like work to bring about the worst state of affairs in order to overcome the worst state of affairs. You know, it's kind of like cutting yourself to create obstacles or something in order to like bring goods out of them or something. Yeah.
Well, the other thing is that isn't so Christianity is a teleological religion, meaning that there's an end state in mind, or that it's directed towards some end state, which is reconciliation with God. And that's often described as heaven, right? I presume there's not going to be racism and all of that sort of suffering in heaven. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be literally zero suffering, but I assume there's not going to be massive forms of suffering. I assume there's not going to be cancer or other forms of horrific abuse and violence and so forth. So the teleology of Christianity says that is the good end state that nature is directed towards and God has made it for. So I guess we have to ask the question, is it possible to achieve that end state without all of this horrific stuff on the way? I presume it isn't, because otherwise God should have chosen that option. The question would be, well, why think that it's not? It seems just arbitrary to say, well, God couldn't do it that well. Well, like, why not? Like, is there a logical impossibility there? Because it doesn't seem that there is. So I think that, like, you could say, look, the purpose of us existing is to like overcome our limitations. I don't know. That's kind of a Nietzschean idea, right? Like, if you took away the suffering or the then you wouldn't be able to do that. I guess this is kind of soul building, right? But I think the problem with Christianity comes in that it's teleological. It's not that we live and then we overcome our sufferings and then we're gone. Then it maybe would make some sense, because, well, it's in the living and in the overcoming the suffering that we find our value. But that's not what actually Christianity says, at least as I understood it. It's at the final reconciliation with God that things reach their culmination. And in which case, well, like, why not just why not just go there? Like, that it's teleological. So let's go to the telos. Why are we doing all this nonsense along the way? I find that's sorry, go ahead. I think I made a point.
I've heard some theodicies, like I don't know if you saw the debate recently between Emerson, Green, and John Buck. And like, John Buck's theodicy is to say something like, but what God's trying to do is have us like work with him in coming to that end, or something like that. But I agree, like, that it's not like, I don't think there's going to be any I don't think there's
why.
Well, maybe because that's a good or something. Yeah, I'm saying I don't think there's going to be any like knockdown sort of thing that a theist can say here to get around these problems, right? Like, every kind of available option is just like kind of weird and comes with its own problems and things. Like, so I think theists can sort of construct an internally consistent theology to themselves, but then they've got to ask themselves, like, well, what am I doing with this? Like, is this just a story that's internal for like me as a Christian, or am I like using this to like justify my Christianity to like people who don't share these commitments as like an argument or something in its favor? And I think that, you know, like that's going to be sort of very dubious in light of all the problems with.
So I said on my live stream that I think that I can harmonize all of the apparent contradictions and tensions in pre-2009 Star Trek, right? And I said this is a sort of a joke, but also a serious point to make, that you can harmonize anything if you have enough creativity and enough put enough thought into it. Now, this was with relation to the Gospels, but I think it kind of applies to pretty much anything, really. I can come up with an explanation or a theory that accounts for why God would do things this way.
There was one for the creators on the moon when they observed you know, like the crater markings in the moon through telescopes.
Yeah, but it
And
wasn't
they
supposed to have craters on it.
Yeah, they used to
Yeah.
think it was like perfectly smooth, and so one of these guys was like, "Well, yeah, the planets just have like an outer layer of perfectly transparent material, right?" Like,
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, so the point I'm making there is that you can come up with these things, but what's the point? Like, the reason that I kind of like doing harmonizations of fictional worlds is because it actually adds to my enjoyment to reconcile things. But there's no sense in which there's a fact of the matter about it, right? So I don't have to be constrained by that. It's really just a process of enjoyment, really. So that's why I do it. Now, if you treat theology in the same way, well, I guess that's fine, right? But if it's supposed to be like truth directed, then we have to ask: is this process of just developing things that seem to make sense to us? I mean, is that trustworthy? Is that something that we think is worthwhile doing? Because if it doesn't persuade anyone else, I mean, maybe we just don't care about that, right? But it seems to me that what we should be trying to do is construct theories that are actually like plausible, meet objective standards, and also one test of that is whether they can convince anyone else. If they're only convincing the people who already have this basically the same set of views as me, and they become increasingly complicated and ad hoc, but they're still convincing to me, well, what's the point? Like, I might as well just believe what I believe.
So I do sort of agree with you, right? That you know, like the idea of how persuasive people in like appropriate epistemic situations are finding the reasons is going to itself be some sort of evidence, right? So
yeah, at least to some extent, right?
But maybe there is a problem here, because if you look at like, you know, like if you look at all of history or something, you go, well, hang on, like a lot of these really intelligent people have been theists, you know, or something like that. And but I guess maybe
that's true. I mean, I take epistemic disagreement seriously. Of course, you have to relativize that to the information and situation
of the time.
So I'm not just going to read off a simple like numbering, right? But I think that it is an issue when, like, almost in principle, no one is convinced by your rebuttals, except people who already accepted.
Well, I was just going to say,
I think
I think the same problem is going to be there though for, you know, like if you look at disagreement over like atheism, theism within philosophy of religion, and then it's just going to depend on how much weight you put on philosophy of religion, like being the relevant area to have that worldview. Because obviously, the majority of philosophers are atheists, and maybe like that is your evidence, but then you could say, well, look, they're not, that, you know, like they're dismissing some of these arguments for bad reasons, because and there's a complicated assessment maybe that goes on there.
Yeah, we could. That's an interesting discussion to have, and we could talk about that. I think that, I mean, even if you want to go down that road, you still end up with a much lower probability of God's existence than someone like Trent, especially if you're going to restrict it to his variant of God, which is going to be lower still, right? So, I think it does become an issue when, it just seems that the scope of applicability of your rationalizations or justifications is so narrow that it doesn't really have any, like, again, like in terms of, well, his conception of good and evil as privation, for example, like if that's what I have to believe in order to not be persuaded by some version of the problem of evil, I don't see the point of that as a response, because the only people who seem to accept that are already in a position where they don't, where they believe in God anyway.
But so think
it should at least be possible to give me something that's going to be something to me that will move me towards his position.
But
about this,
think, you know, like when like consider when Oppie is talking to someone who's giving him like a Leibnizian contingency argument or something, like in a recent book debate that he did with Kenny Pierce, where Kenny Pierce like gives him, you know, like a kind of contingency argument, and Oppie is just kind of like, well, look, given my like commitments about naturalism, the way that I assess this, the best theory is just going to be this one, according to which there's a necessary initial physical state, and then, you know, like the commitments that fall out of this theory, and then there's some kind of probabilistic causation, so that grounds, you know, like contingency later down the line. So I'm committed to all the premises of your argument, and then I just like reject the way that you infer God from like there having to be a necessary entity. Is there a kind of parity here between the responses that someone like Oppie is going to give to each of the considerations that a theist kind of throws at him, right? Where he's going to just say, well, look, given my theory, I've got this commitment, so I reject that premise of your argument. That insofar as that's sort of what Trent's doing. He's just kind of going, well, look, I like, given my theory, which is like classical theism and all these other commitments, you're raising this problem. But look, I think that like being and goodness are convertible, so that creates an asymmetry between the evil and the good God, and so I'm being consistent. Like, isn't that just what's going on? Almost like the same.
Well, I think it is if Trent is just appealing in his responses to people who are already classical theists and agree with him on other things, and explaining why they have reasons to then resist to resist the problem of evil. And likewise, if what Oppie is doing is giving people who are atheist or lean towards that reasons to resist whatever argument was being offered. In that sense, there does seem to be a parallel in that you're really only offering reasons to resist that argument from people who more or less already agree with you, and there's value to that to an extent. I would say though that I don't think it should be the extent of the debate, and if it is, it's like, well, why bother? I would reiterate my point, right? I think what Oppie doing that is quite useful because often, at least in the discourse that I encounter, theists will present things as if they're like, maybe not knocked down, but like very strong. Like Craig does it as if they're knocked down.
Argument is like a weaponized word.
Yeah, it's sort of weaponized. And so the way Oppie presents it as a sort of a counter to that, and there are many fewer people doing what Oppie does compared to like doing what Craig does, right? I think is a helpful injection into the discourse by basically just playing the reverse card on most of his arguments. So I think that like dialectically there's value to that. But like if that's really all the discourse was, it would be a waste of time. And so I would say, well, we should really be digging beyond that and just trying to evaluate. But Oppie talks about this as well. He talks about the comparative virtues of different theories. So it's not enough just to say, well, look, your theory has a bunch of consequences, one of which is going to be that you agree with, say, God exists or you endorse this. And mine has consequences such that I won't. We now need to assess the theories. It's not enough to just point out the consequences, because then, well, I mean, what's the point in that? We kind of already knew that. The next step, after we've sort of got clear about what the consequences is and realize that none of us can like use this knockdown weapon against the other, is to try to objectively assess the comparative virtues of the theories. And that's where I do start to have to offer reasons that are at least in principle going to be relevant to you, insofar as you agree to some objective set of epistemic standards, at least roughly. If we don't think that there's any sort of shared epistemic standards we can appeal to, then we really just shouldn't be talking to each other. At least we shouldn't think that we're having a rational conversation. We're really just trying to use emotional appeals or whatever at that. And maybe we still want to do that, but right? That's a different type of activity. And insofar as we think we're actually engaging in rational discourse to try to change minds through reason and persuasion, then there must be some shared principles to appeal to. And insofar as there are, we should be trying to appeal to those.
I agree with what you've said, and I want to hear more from Oppie on like, or maybe you can share your thoughts on this. Like, something I've been thinking about is, do theists and atheists actually share enough of the theoretical virtues to have that shared evaluation? But supposing that they disagree, right, in some of the things that they consider to be theoretical virtues, then Or suppose that they disagree in what they consider to be data right to be explained, then it might be the case that the theist says, well, on this subset of the data to be explained, you're right that naturalism wins, but I think that there is more data to be explained, and thereby theism wins, because like naturalism just doesn't fit that. And I don't know, there's something that seems like right and wrong about that, because it seems like you can't just appeal to contested pieces of data to persuade the other person because they don't think it's data. But there's something that seems right about that as well, because you shouldn't be persuaded by someone kind of restricting the things that need to be explained, where you yourself think that there's more that needs to be explained. And I wonder if that is like a limitation to the approach that Oppie's taking, that I've been thinking about recently, where it might just be that actually we can't resolve these disagreements because of these sorts of things. Like theists are just going to be like, yeah, look, my religious experience or sensus divinitatis, like, but your theory can't account for that or something. And
well, I mean, I think that, so this comes down to an issue of the extent to which we think that there are incompatible, irreconcilable. There's another term I'm looking for. Incommensurable. That's it. Incommensurable perspectives or points of view about, or just values about epistemic issues, and there may well be. I guess I tend to have a somewhat more optimistic view that in principle we can sort these out, and we actually have made quite a lot of progress historically. That's another discussion to have. But that is, I mean, it's so difficult that's why even in a 10-hour conversation, you often don't make a lot of progress. But in a well structured, thought out one, I think you can make some progress, even in shorter discussions. But so the point is, I think that there are a lot of fundamental differences which make these discussions difficult. I think there are reasons to be optimistic. We certainly do make a lot of progress. We certainly have made a lot of progress in many spheres of human inquiry, which, in the past you might have made these same arguments for. So I think that there are a lot of things that are shared between humans, like presumably we all live in the same reality, even if it often seems like we don't. And we speak that as the same language. If we share a language, we have the same language there. So there must be some amount of shared meaning that can be transferred using that means. And logic and mathematics and other things like that are broadly accepted. There's some different axiomatizations and so on. I guess the point I'm making, there is a lot that's shared. And so I think that there is hope to appeal to these sorts of things in a broad sense. Now, there are things that do seem to be quite different. So one example that comes to mind, actually, apart from the sensus divinitatis thing, is that Craig just, as far as I can tell, William Lane Craig seems to just think that God did it is a good explanation, like without saying anything further. Like God exercised his free
and
will
Swinburne as well. Yeah, it's just a basic action. Like you just do wiggle your finger. God just
that is sufficient as an explanation for anything in particular. At least, in general, if we have a reason to think that that's what happened, then that's a good explanation, right? Whereas I think that's a terrible explanation. And I think I don't think that that's just a fundamental difference in intuition. I think I can appeal to reasons to support that. But of course, he'll have his own reasons to appeal to. So I don't know exactly where that goes. But maybe there are some fundamental differences like that, where some people are just looking for different things, of an explanation. I like to think that if we knew more about explanations and how they worked, we would have better principles to appeal to. And that's one of the things I'm interested in my research, actually understanding how people think about those things. We're still quite premature in like cognitive science and understanding how people think about this thing and how we use language there. So I think maybe one day we'll sort this out.
I think that's something I've seen, like in the way that you think about that problem, right? It's like you want a kind of contrastive explanation of something, right? Whereas a lot of these theists, they provide like grounding explanations where they'll say like, well, in virtue of, some like metaphysical entity or something, that's how it works, but it just does. And they don't care about like the contrastive nature of the explanation in order to intellectually satisfy them with something. It's like, what's going on there? Like who's right, who's wrong? Why are they right? Why are they wrong? Yeah. How does that fit with everything else we believe?
Yeah. And I think that there are things to be said about why contrastive explanations why contrastivity, if I can invent a word, is important. Explanations are often thought of as answers to why questions. That seems to be how they're deployed in discourse a lot. And if it's not contrastive to some extent, it doesn't seem like it answers the why question. Of course, I'm not saying that's a knockdown, right? But the point is, I think that there are things we can appeal to there. It does seem that the way Craig talks about explanations would be a science stopper if we actually applied that consistently in other fields. Now, Craig doesn't say that we should necessarily, but I think that's another reason to be sort of skeptical about those types of explanations. That they don't seem to be very there doesn't seem to be anything to restrict when we can appeal to those. In fact, Craig says that we should prefer naturalistic explanations if they're sort of available and plausible. I guess what I'm saying is there are some fundamental epistemic differences which will come to light when people evaluate theories, but I don't think those differences should be seen to be just brute and irremediable. I don't see the reason to think that. And I think that given commonality of language and common acceptance of like logic and statistics, commonality of acceptance of a lot of science, commonality of basic experience, there's hope to think that we may be able to kind of combine those things together in a way that allows us to get more clarity on some of these contested points.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that could take 100 years or another 1,000 years. So.
What was the thing that Leibniz said about when he was developing his system of logic? He said, and in the future, men will say when they have disputes, let us calculate.
Yeah, I've heard that quote before. I think that, I mean, there are some Bayesians who sort of seem to think we're there now, right? Which I disagree with, right? But I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that in principle. But yeah, I mean, so to come back to the point about like how we adjudicate theories when we don't agree about like the standards of explanation, I think it's actually immense progress if we can establish that the theist thinks this explanation is better because of a commitment to this epistemic principle, whereas the atheist doesn't, right? That's actually an immense amount of progress. And then we could potentially talk more about that principle or try to work out why we disagree about that. It's actually very rare for the conversation to get to that level. If we could get to that level, I think that would, about a bunch of these issues, that would actually be like a lot of progress. That would actually be an important step forward. And I think that's what philosophy can help us do, is to get greater clarity and help push these sorts of arguments forward. But coming circles what we're talking about, I think you can really only get there if you're at least trying to give reasons that in principle could appeal to the other person. If all you're doing is theory building that is satisfying to you, but isn't really even trying to engage the other person, I don't really think you're going to get there unless maybe by accident. So that's why I'm like, well, if this is just theory crafting, like that can be fun, but I don't think you're going to I don't think it's going to be as helpful.
How are you for time, by the way, with whatever the time is in Australia?
Oh, yeah, we can keep going. Sorry,
cool.
I always end up talking more than I intended.
It's okay.
To have no racism and no need for Martin Luther King, because what it seems to me you're saying is
like, what the hell were they talking about? Like
something like that you'd rather the former world is saying something like we can be glad of the existence of cancer, because without the existence of cancer, we wouldn't have the good of people coming to develop chemotherapy and cancer research. And cancer research is a good thing. People giving to charity, people doing fundraising. This is a great thing.
Or as Swinburne puts it, stars are good. Dogs are good.
Why are stars good?
They just are good, James. Like, just look at them. Like, not if it's the sun, though.
So isn't it great that we have cancer, because it allows this higher order good of cancer research? But clearly, we'd rather have no cancer and no need for the cancer research. In the same way, I'd rather have no racism and no need for Martin Luther King. I'd rather have no fear and suffering and no need for bravery.
Well, I'll have a quick poetic rejoinder.
It's my favorite kind.
Of course. One of my favorite musicals is Les Mis, based on the novel by Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. And many of the characters in there have quite miserable lives based on the revolution and poverty and death and very sad scenes.
Why do you think they're miserable, Trent? It's in the name, Les Mis.
But the play it's quite beautiful at the end, when the main character, Jean Valjean, dies and he is welcomed into heaven with those, and everyone is singing together that this has been overcome. It's probably one of the best descriptions of the gospel I've ever seen in media. And I feel like, would we rather have evil be non-existent or evil be defeated? And I think that many people see the importance there. If there is compensation, if we're all brought through, rather than just there not being evil, because this gets back to the question that if the only good we're trying to pursue is just the reduction of suffering, then Thanos was 50% right.
You'd be amazed how often that specific example is given to me in these kinds of conversations.
Yeah. So I mean, I see what you're saying, and maybe Joe's right. This comes down to intuitions a little bit that we have. But I guess another example might be like, let's say I told you that it turns out this world is a simulation, and you're a program in a computer, and the universe is one guy with a supercomputer. It's like, would you rather have found out that this is a simulation or that this is real? Then you might be grateful if the suffering is gone, but it might also be kind of horrifying to realize all that seemed to be good was not real either. So I don't know if it's as cut and dry.
C.S. Lewis had an example of
getting me into the Matrix. I would say no. Reality is just different than what we thought it was.
Yeah,
but that's definitely reality.
No. I agree, but is it a preferable kind of reality? Yeah. That would go back to the philosopher Robert Nozick. Yes, put forward something called an experience machine.
Yeah, I think I think there are a few things that are a little bit unfair about how Nozick treats the case. For example, he doesn't take into account something like status quo bias. He says, would you jump into an experience machine that brings you nothing but pleasure, but is actually just fake? And there are so many problems. The first is to say, this is different from if you were to wake up and it turns out you have been plugged into the experience machine and the doctors say to you, listen, like your life sucks. Like it's really bad. It's even worse than was in the machine. I mean, the simulation.
You mean outside of the machine?
Yeah, like it's so much worse out here. But welcome back. But if you like, we'll plug you back in and you'll forget this ever happened. it's at least a lot more plausible that people in that situation would be like, yeah, put me back, right? So it might have a lot to do with kind of the situation already obtaining. Jumping into the experience machine feels different. Also, of course, we have necessarily a kind of omniscience when thinking about the situation. We can talk about being outside of the experience machine, inside the experience machine, what obtains, what the differences are. But to jump into the experience machine requires that you forget that you had the possibility to not do so or to do so. And so when somebody says that in the experience machine, this would be a worse existence somehow, that intuition just doesn't land with me, because once you're in the machine, it's the same thing. You're just living a life and you're just experiencing reality as we experience this reality here.
Even if it's like a much worse life out there. I mean, I think empirical philosophers, people who go out and actually do these surveys of like folk intuitions and so on. You do get a resounding, no to get into the experience machine if you're like hopping into it for the first time. But you can actually turn the tables like we were describing, and the situation is your whole life so far has been in an experience machine. Now you're faced with the choice to get out, and I think you're like I forget what it is, but you're just like, it's not worse than your current position, but it's not better. Maybe you're just like an artist in Kansas or something, whatever.
Yeah, even if it's not worse.
The same. A lot of people, they actually found like a lot of people wouldn't get out of it. And it's like really, I forget the specific results, but I think it's like, I actually forget, but it's much more saying you'd stay, because it's like the people that I know, like you.
There's a further thought here that I'm wondering what Joe's views are about. But what do we read off of what most people think about these things as well? Like, because I don't know what I make of that.
Some interesting issues raised here, but I think that's the problem with these. One of the problems with these free flowing discussions with four people is that you often can wander off a point which would be good to nail home, which was, I thought we were talking about whether it's better to not have evil at all or to overcome evil. Now that was the question I was really interested in. This question about the experience machine, I'm not really sure what hangs on that. To me, it's kind of irrelevant to really anything they were talking about. Maybe it's tangentially relevant, I suppose. But so Trent seems to be indicating that it's better to have evil overcome than to have not had evil at all. And again, I mean, I suppose he has a way to think about good and evil that makes sense of that. But that is a very different way of thinking about the nature of goodness than I'm used to. Even like across the analytic tradition of different positions.
Judgment? Like, isn't that
well, it is, but
independently though of his metaphysics, though, it's sort of like just because as I'm thinking about the question, I just sort of think like, which do I think is better, and I don't really think about like any particular things about metaphysics. It's almost like a feeling or something, like
but see, I don't think that's a good way to assess these sorts of things. I mean, maybe it gives us a starting point, but so if you ask me which is better, I think that the way one should principally think about this as well, like better in virtue of what, like how are we assessing these sorts of things? And I would say, well, like what are the good making properties of a state of affairs? And then we sort of try to assess those. I mean, maybe we think they're incommensurable, right? But he didn't say that, right? So let's put that aside. If there are good making properties of different states of affairs, whatever those might be, and there's a way to compare them, then the way to determine which is better is to assess the good making properties and then evaluate which has the greater number or the greater quality of those. Now, under Trent's view, it would seem that being in a relationship with God or relating to God is a good making property or is a good state of affairs, right? Now, so I would ask the question, is that only true in relation to some earlier state of having overcome evil? In which case, Trent would actually be committed to the view that either it's impossible in some way to be reconciled to God without having gone through evil first. I'm not sure if we want to say that or what the motivation
or it's better in light of that.
Well, I think he has to say more than that, right? Because the idea would be, well, it'd have to be sufficiently better. Because then the idea is, well, why aren't we created directly in that state, right? Yeah. Because what he seems to have to say is that it is not a sufficient good-making property to just be in a relation with God. That in itself is not good enough for God to have just actualized.
Or it's not the best. Yeah, it's not as good as whatever the state of affairs is, where we go from a world.
Yeah, like and that already seems an odd claim to me, right? Because it would seem to be that being in a relation with God is sort of as whatever properties that state of affairs has, such that it's good making. It's hard to say how adding something else aside from that relation with God is sort of external to that relation with God. Like it should seem to me
it's
to
a
be
bigger
an intrinsic
delta,
property
James.
of that. I'm not saying that's impossible to make sense of, but it does seem a little odd to me that there's something outside of that specific state of affairs, being in a relation, being reconciled to God. There's something that is about like the causal history of that reconciliation that makes it better. That's not so the intrinsic properties of in a state of reconciliation with God are not sufficient to render it the maximal good status. That is, I think, a strange view to have. But I guess maybe he can make sense of that. The other thing is I'm concerned about what Christian theology has to say about the status of those who aren't reconciled to God, because there's a big issue there about, well, how do they receive compensation? Trent mentioned that before.
Yes.
Is God using them as a means to an end to bring some people into reconciliation for himself? Because that seems pretty bad under like many deontological frameworks. I'm not sure if that's virtuous under a virtue ethics framework. And as for a consequentialist, well, you're going to have to give an argument as to like, well, what proportion of souls is God reconciling to him, and how much extra benefit is that being brought about? And so there's a fairly stringent like condition that needs to be met there. And I'm not sure if that really fits with other commitments that Catholics have. So maybe you see what I'm saying when I say that you really have to be careful about it's not just, well, does it feel like it's better or not to me? Like, I think you have to really think
that's how I assess it. That's what I'm saying. I just look at it inwardly and I go, yeah, that one is a better. Oh, is it? I'm not sure.
Well, I don't know. Like, I don't think of myself as a really like metaphysically type person, but I just like, if you're going to be careful about what you're saying, like, what is it that you think are good making properties, and how do those fit in with your other commitments?
I guess what I'm saying about
does it make sense to hold the view?
I guess from my point of view, the reason why I just look at it and like make that evaluation is because I'm not particularly confident in, you know, any particular theory of identifying values in that way, of, you know, like assessing things and going like, well, this has like these good making properties and stuff. Like, I guess from my position, because I don't really know what those things are, I just sort of like, in particular cases, you know, I have to kind of like look at them and get a kind of feeling.
Well, I mean, that's a view as well. Like, it's sort of a particularist view about morality. But I think it's going to depend on what your other commitments are, right? So you can see how like, I think
I see what
Trent
you're
does
saying,
have to be committed to be some view about the intrinsic goodness of reconciliation to God. And if that's true, then things will follow from that I don't know he can reconcile with this idea that there's a causal history that changes the goodness of that status. That feels like it's going to be tricky. Plus, there's all those who aren't saved, which you have to add into the mix. Now, so from your point of view, I mean, you aren't necessarily committed to that, but presumably there are other things that you would believe about good making properties, or I don't know, bad making properties, or rightness or wrongness, or whatever else it might be, that would have bearing on particular judgments that you make. And so I think that's where we can get greater clarity about sort of sorting our ideas out, right? Of course, I'm not saying one should not make an intuitive judgment about, well, which do I think might be better? That can be helpful. But I'm also pretty skeptical about using those as the basis of any sort of strong conclusions. Because it's like, well, where did that come from, right? I don't know if that was based on good reasoning or not, or if I was just confused.
Well, but I think what I'm doing in my thinking is applying that even to like whether I accept you know, some kind of like consequentialist account, or whether I accept some virtue theory account. Like in my mind, at least, my kind of justification for accepting one of those and then kind of evaluating the thought experiment between the two worlds in terms of that would just be like whether I think that one of those satisfies, you know, like that kind of feeling or whatever in the first place. And you know, I'm not sure. At least you know, obviously someone who's a consequentialist is going to say, look, I have you know, good justification for being a consequentialist. They're not just going to say like, but for me, I'm like, well, I don't. And the only reason why I would adopt one of these is because it kind of like feels better in terms, like, I don't know, like maybe what the hell are my values? Like, I don't know. It's like a feeling or something for me, I think. But
yeah, well, I mean, the argument I made wasn't specific to any particular theory of value, actually, but I know that was just an example. But I think more broadly about methodology. I guess I would like to say that so I'm a coherentist, so I don't think that there's like a starting point that you then build from, although there may be more things that you're more firmly committed to than others. But I mean, I think that we should proceed on the basis of trying to push back our judgments to reasons for holding those, evidentiary connections, or however we want to think about it. And I don't think it's very satisfactory to just sort of say, well, this feels right, so I'll believe that. And then consider an expression. I think that's what I do.
Well,
this feels right. Well, maybe everyone. I think actually, kind of everyone does that, right? But I think that one of the purposes of philosophy is to dig behind that and ask, well, let's reason that out and consider that in
Yeah.
relation to other principles that I hold. And some of those are pretty basic, like, I don't know, non-contradiction. Maybe not in all cases, but
Yeah.
like at least in a lot of cases, we think non-contradiction holds, or probabilistic relations, or I don't know, like sensory data that we think we hold. And then we can see how well do these ideas fit with respect to these other ideas. Like, well, if I think that these things are bad, but then I hold a view about goodness and badness that seems to be in contrary to that. Like if I think that racism is bad, but then I say that it's actually good to have racism because we can get Martin Luther King, I think, maybe something's gone wrong here, even though in isolation, those two statements felt right at the time, right? So that's a crude example of where, so I mean, I think I've said this before, I am not very confident about just sort of intuitive pre-theoretic judgments about philosophical questions. At best, they can be a starting point for us.
I agree with what you're saying. I think what my point is that because I'm not very confident of any of these like broader commitments in order to like rationally reflect on which of these states of affairs would be the better one. And then I'm thinking like, so from my point of view, like I could convince myself of one of these stories, but I think I would just be like telling myself a story of like, well, that, you know, like now it sounds like I have rational grounds for taking the position I do in virtue of telling a story about being a consequentialist or something. But if I were to be honest with what's going on in my reasoning, like the actual way I made the assessment was based off of like an emotional feeling or something. And then I'm just kind of post hoc, like providing a story about what happened there to be like, well, this is what rational, you know, like I want to be rational, and I have to be rational in terms of having something to say about what grounds, you know, one of these worlds being better than the other. But I think for me, it would be more honest to say like, but what I actually did was I just kind of like felt like one of those would be better. But then, you know, using either of those,
I was the Humean. That's like hardcore Humean. Yeah. I mean, maybe that's what we're all doing. I'm not quite at that point, but
in terms of though applying either methodology to the, I think it's a really hard, you know, question. Like I think the problems that you've raised, right, do raise these serious issues for people who are going to be theists about like, well, why are you taking, you know, why are you saying this one's better than, and like, how does that fit with the idea that God, you know, does this rather than just instantiating the world at that point? How, I mean, maybe there's some really interesting and deep, like theological answers there. There could be, I don't know, but that's it. They seem to be like, you know, quite serious problems for the theory as well.
Yeah, and that's coming back to what I was sort of saying before. That's what it would be interesting to hear a bit more clarity about. But then I feel like we got distracted on this point about the experience machine, which I don't know.
That conversation.
Well, no, that was us, right? But they started talking about that, which I don't quite know how it fits. I mean, you know, they can talk about whatever they like, right? But I often like conversations which sort of try to nail down something a bit more and pursue that. You know, I guess that's preference. But yeah, that was an interesting thread, which I felt got lost with the experience machine.
You guys, like I'd be in a different.
But then have they really reflected on it, like using phrases like the people I know?
Yeah, but this is the problem. But this is exactly what people do when they refuse to jump into the experience machine. I feel like what they're thinking is at least partly influenced by kind of, I'd be giving up my life, I'd be giving up my friends and my family, I'd be adopting a whole new system. But of course, once you're in there, it just feels. You know, I was sometimes asked. My university was split up into like a bunch of different colleges. There's no like singular campus, and people are always talking about how everybody seems to feel like they made the right choice of college. Everyone thinks that their college is the best college in the world. I wasn't such a fan of mine. I thought it was like, okay, I thought there were better ones. And my friends once said to me, but like they said, but if you went to a different college, you never would have met us and we'd never be friends. And I said, well, yeah, but I'd have met other friends and I'd value them just as equally as I value you right now. They thought that was a bit cold, but you get the point. Like it seems like you wouldn't want to say that, right? In that situation, I might think that if I went to a different college, I wouldn't have met the friends that I had right now. And sure, that's kind of bad, but if I were in that college, I'd be saying the same thing about those.
Is the idea here though is going to be like in terms of where do obligations come from, right? And like you don't have obligations to like potential counterfactuals or something, but once like you have made those friendships to actual people, then you have like obligations to them or something.
I have no idea why he's making this point, but I would suggest that this is actually a good example of the sort of thing we were just talking about, right? Because I think that naively, most people would have that reaction as to, well, yeah, I mean, it was a good choice to come here because then I wouldn't have met these people. Only when we sort of take the next step and think counterfactually that, well, yeah, I probably would say that if I went to other colleges, right? And that can be the value of sort of thinking this way. I don't know what the question is here, but maybe
Yeah,
you sort of see what I'm
right.
saying.
How it
By the way,
bears on-
yeah, and what Alex is talking about here is called choice supportive bias, by the way, where we tend to then we tend to sort of rationalize or think positively of the attributes of choices that we made, and conversely of choices that we didn't make or even couldn't make, we tend to, I forget what that was called, but we tend to then downplay their significance, which is the I think that's sour grapes, right? It's like, well, I didn't want that anyway because that one was probably sour, the one that I couldn't reach.
Right.
So these are known cognitive biases.
Friends. And it's the same thing with the experience machine.
One other tack here. Like, let's say, what would we want God? How would we want God to treat us as creatures? Because one way we might say, well, I would like God to give me infinite happiness. That would seem fair if God gave me infinite happiness. If you could somehow numerically quantify happiness and it turned out to be infinite. Well, then by that logic, even if you had an absolutely horrific finite life, if you have infinite happiness in the afterlife, it would still turn out to be infinite happiness based on transfinite arithmetic. Then suppose you might say, well, no, God should just spare me from just like the absolute worst evils. Because I think many people would say they're willing to tolerate some evil, but not others. But then I worry maybe their intuitions are off even in that, given how the entire system is set up in that regard. So,
There's nothing worth considering, which is that...
What was that last bit? No, I heard. Sorry, I heard what it was. I don't understand his point. Like, he seems to be saying we don't know how it would. We don't know what reality would be like if, like, we could somehow, like, what would we want God to actualize effectively, and what would that look like? And he seems to be saying we don't know what that would look like. The first tack was infinite happiness, and he sort of said, well, that doesn't necessarily work because there could be suffering in this life. And then he said, well, okay, what about we just don't have horrific suffering? And then his sort of response to that was, maybe that doesn't work because of how the system is set up. Yeah. What kind of a rebuttal is that? Like, this is a crucial point. Like, yes, okay, maybe what we would expect, the way we'd expect God to treat us if he's omnipotent and omnibenevolent, is that no one experiences horrific suffering during their lives. I think that's actually quite a reasonable first pass, right? There's probably more to say, but that's not a bad starting point, surely. And his response to that is, maybe that intuition doesn't work because of how the system is set up. I mean, I'm sure he's got more to say, but I mean, like, that's what he said, right? And it's just extremely weak. Like, this is pretty crucial here, right?
You know, this is sort of the same as you know, Joe's response on the other thing. It's like, yeah, maybe, right, but maybe not. You know, like these maybes don't offer a whole
Again,
lot
I
of
just feel like that was a weak response from Trent, and even with a few sentences, he could have said something a bit more than maybe that doesn't work. I don't know. It's just I felt that was really weak.
Off even in that, given how the entire system is set up in that regard. So,
there's nothing worth considering, which is that I think a lot of the discussion around theodicy and around the problem of evil kind of assumes a consequentialism. This is something that a friend of mine,
I've been saying this.
Dan Woolner, he brought this to my attention. He said that, like, when you say something like, well, God has this good that he wishes to bring about, and so he'll...
But did you ever see the meme where someone raised like an objection to Cameron and he put like a comment like your objection assumes some form of consequentialism, and it's become like a meme amongst people?
No, I don't think I did say that.
No, not
sorry,
you. Sorry,
I did see that.
Yeah,
no,
I
thought,
you
I don't think I did see that.
And so whenever like whenever something happens now on Capturing Christianity, and like people just say, no, the problem is that you're assuming some form of consequentialism, like
allow all of this evil, as if to say, like, this good is somehow better than this evil. Like, there's more good brought about by allowing some evil, and that's why God allows it. But it may be that God, for instance, has a duty to bring about certain things, right? If God has some kind of moral duty to bring about free will, let's say, then it's not just that, well, free will is much better than the suffering that it entails. Like, even if the suffering is far worse, if you've got a...
kind of interesting, like, where could God get obligations from? You know, like,
well, easy rational considerations. Like, if you're a hardcore Kantian, Like the nature of a rational agent is such that, and you as a rational agent recognizes that it's inappropriate to treat them as a means to an end. God as a rational agent would recognize that, and he would never treat a person as a means to an end.
Right.
So
once they exist. Once they exist. I meant like Sans existence though, right? Like what does God have like obligations to? Yeah, that was what I was thinking. Yeah. So.
Well, that I don't know.
Yeah.
Duty to bring about free will, it would still function as a theodicy. If there's some kind of duty to bring about compassion or to bring about bravery even.
I was thinking from the perspective of like God creating, right? If you're trying to say, well, God has like an obligation to create a world with certain states of affairs or something prior to, rather than to not create at all.
Or at least Christians typically say that God wasn't obligated to create. He freely chose to do so. But they also say that he did so because of reasons, which I think is actually a bit of a tension there, because it's not clear what those reasons could be, right? They're going to have to be reasons if he's like internal to him, obviously, if you like believe in divine aseity, right? But then you have to say something like God has an internal desire to create, but like desire implies that there's some state of affairs that you want to actualize to satisfy that desire, and that it's in some sense preferable to have that desire satisfied, which seems to imply some sort of incompleteness or lack of, like, you can't have a desire that's just always satisfied. That doesn't really make sense. You could say he has a compulsion to create or an instinct, which is a bit different, but that doesn't seem right because that's not non-rational, right? Well, mysterious disposition might be the best you can do. I guess the point I'm making is that to say that God has a reason to create seems to be implying that there is some sort of contrast between states of affairs, the actualization of one of which is preferable, better, or something to the other, which seems to imply some kind of lack or dissatisfaction.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can say the agent is indifferent between these two states of affairs, but prefers one to the other, and therefore has a reason to actualize it. That seems inconsistent to me. So the point is, it seems like to say that God had a reason to create is to say that in some sense, reality improved or was better after creation, which I don't think works for the theist. So they can say that God created just sort of because, right? Like he just did it, right? Without saying it's a rational process, that there's a reason for it. But then creation becomes an irrational process. It's just sort of God did it on a whim, if you like.
He just did it.
Yeah, he just did it. But they typically, I think, want to say that he had a reason for creation. But I don't think that fits very well with the notion.
Yeah, you're like, why did God create? And it's like, well, the explanation of that is that God did create. It's like P because P. Like you're not.
Yeah, that doesn't really provide, that can't be a reason though, right? Like that, that doesn't rationalize God's creation. So I guess the issue here is it does seem hard to understand. If God created for anything like a moral reason, then there seems to be something external to him that he's beholden to, at least from how I think about that. Alternatively, if there isn't anything external to him that he's beholden to, or any sort of lack internally, then he doesn't seem like he can create for a reason. He could create, but not for a reason.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of Christians want to say he created for a reason. Mm-hmm. So I do think there's a bit of an issue here. I wonder what Trent's going to say about this.
Then even if like a world in which there's no bravery and no fear is much better, consequentially, from a kind of crude utilitarian perspective, that's a better world than one in which there is bravery, but there's also the fear and suffering. If there's something a bit more like deontological about this, that bravery is just something that must be brought about, then we don't need to debate whether that's a better world or a worse world than where there's no bravery and suffering, because the theodicy doesn't work on saying that the evil is kind of worth the, or the good is worth the suffering on a kind of balance, but that the good requires that any amount of evil would still be allowed to obtain because there's a duty to bring something about. So it's weird how otherwise generally deontological religious thinkers, when having this discussion, are perfectly happy to just kind of adopt a consequence.
I would say it's teleological, not necessarily consequential. It aims for a particular kind of end informed by goodness, but it's not strict kind of consequentialism. God
Come on, Trent. Like what
creatures as having a particular kind of dignity.
Teleological is the end, right? That is a type of consequence. I don't understand how he's drawing a distinction between
consequences and
a consequence. What's the difference?
Yeah.
And good to share in him who is the ultimate goodness itself.
That's a consequence.
I guess, it will come down maybe to.
I mean, to be fair, we don't know like what the hell they were doing before this, and Trent does look a bit tired now and stuff as well. So maybe this isn't like the best answer he.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. But I'm responding to the answer. I'm not responding to Trent as a person, right?
Right.
Yeah, and so that just seems very. Again, I'm sure there's more to say within a Thomistic framework. I always have to caveat with that, but to say, well, it's not consequentialist. It's teleological, which literally means the end.
Which is the same but in a different language.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it pretty much is. And I mean, the whole point of like deontological is to say, actually, the consequences are irrelevant to these sorts of questions. It doesn't matter how much good you can bring about. You can't treat a person as a means to an end. God can't create people who then are going to suffer excruciatingly just because it's good to have racism, because then people can overcome it. That they're going to say that's bad, that's wrong, and a good God would never do that. And then if Trent's going to say, well, it's not consequentialist, it's teleological, it just doesn't address that at all. Virtue ethics would be, I thought he was actually going to make that argument, because that more, I don't actually know if that's Thomistic, it's at least Aristotelian, so I don't know, but so maybe that could be, you'd have to ask the question, what sort of virtue is God exemplifying when he allows or creates a world with so much suffering? It feels a bit tricky to me to say that that's virtuous. Maybe you can come up with something, because virtue ethics is always a bit mushier in that sense.
It's like letting your kids like creating the conditions where your kids can like explore reality themselves or something like that is like a virtue that's exemplified in God.
Yeah, so maybe you can come up with something, but that's sort of what I expected him to do. Also, Machine Philosophy is asking, why does God have to have a reason to create? So I said I don't think he does have to have a reason. It's just my understanding is that Christians typically say that God did have a reason for creating. Yeah. And that's why I was drawing out that issue. Now, if you're going to give that up, then I think that's fine, right? But I just think the
if you're going to sell it though as like as God being like a good explanation, then that it just being brute isn't going to be like it being brute with like a new kind of thing isn't going to be.
Well, so Craig is fine with that, right? So he doesn't even think God needs, I think, reasons to do things. If God did it, then that's a sufficient explanation, right? So, I mean, there is a certain logic to that, because if you think that to cite a cause is if to give an explanation is just to cite a cause, and if you think about causes in the way that Craig does, which is sort of a non-contrastive way, which is just like, well, it's divine action is a special type of causation, then you can kind of get there. I just think that's a bad theory of explanation, effectively, and a bad theory of causation, which doesn't allow you to say sort of why something happened instead of something else. And doesn't really connect to rationality, and I think the way that we typically think. But yeah, I mean, obviously these branch out into all sorts of other issues.
Intuitions about when we say like goodness, there seems like there are these different kinds of good if we imagine them. And I think you're right. Some of them are conjoined to evils. Is it really better to never have them at all? That maybe Joe's right. Maybe that's just a very basic, that's just when it comes to the existence of God, some people find a principle of sufficient reason plausible, others don't. And I think this might be one of those very, like, to me, it does seem, and I try to make an analogy. I know they're not perfect, but like to creating life through evolution, or even having your own children. And it's like, well, I know, you could take, actually, this is something I saw. You should look this up. So Matt Dillahunty did a reply as people asked him about antinatalism.
Why are you bringing up Matt Dillahunty?
Why
have you seen, when you debated him on the resurrection?
Yes.
And you mentioned my name as an example.
Why are you bringing up Alex O'Connor?
Why are you bringing up Alex O'Connor?
At least from what I saw with your engagement with Alex O'Connor, you do not believe a person. What's wrong?
What the hell does Alex O'Connor have to do with this? You've mentioned him twice.
He was so bad. All I asked.
That is weird.
That was so weird.
Yeah. Was when I see these things, I'm like, my mind does go like crazy with like, what the fuck's going on, like with these people that they behave like this.
Matt, are there beliefs that you disagree with but find to be reasonable?
And you were like,
no.
He said no. Yeah. He said no. He said there were no beliefs that if he says, well, I'm a reasonable person, that if someone disagrees.
This is the good old this is one of the T-jump things as well, like I just believe in reality, like
bro,
have you tried just believing in reality instead of what you do believe, which is imagination?
Agrees. There must be. I was like,
he said, just as an example, he was like, so for example, Alex O'Connor's veganism, you think he's wrong but maybe reasonable.
He wouldn't do it.
Why are you bringing?
Wouldn't do it.
But sorry, Matt Dillahunt.
So Matt did a reply. People asked him about antinatalism.
Yeah.
The idea, like, well, is it moral to have children, knowing that they could suffer, and you bring someone into existence and they're harmed and you didn't get their consent? And all the while, watch the video. All the while I was watching the video, he was saying, well, there are harms, but there's also these goods that come into play when you bring a child into existence. And we balance that. And I was like, this sounds like a theist responding to the problem of evil.
Yeah.
So I just found that. So sometimes I like to bring up these other examples to say, oh, well, if it can make sense in one context.
I think there's sort of something good in what Trent is saying here. It just insofar as we have to like make sure that the kind of explanations and interrogation that we kind of hold all of our commitments up to is sort of consistent or something. And I think that this is a point that Plantinga makes where he's like, you know, the same sort of justification that there might be for thinking that other minds exist is going to be like similar for maybe the justification for thinking God exists. And, you know, if you're going to accept one in one case, then you should only have like a kind of similar bar for God existing. It shouldn't be like, you know, like a special, you know, just because you don't like theists or something, that you have some like special standard that they have to meet.
Yeah, I actually don't understand those appeals. In this specific case, I agree with the general point about making sure one has consistent standards. But of course, there does seem to be a quite relevant difference between the decision of really any human about their actions, including whether to have children, and the decision about God about whether and what to create.
Yeah.
The fact of omnipotence and omniscience seems to be, you know, just a little bit relevant to that. So I don't understand how that can be appealed to as,
I see.
well,
I see what you're saying.
we just have to, yeah, but I mean, we're not God, are we?
So,
And this is
yeah.
the issue, that humans are always operate under the restriction of choosing the least bad way of achieving an outcome, or the best possible way given the limitations we're under. But God doesn't have limitations. So why do we appeal to these cases which are so dramatically different?
Well, maybe
it's almost like they think that God is just like a little bit. It's like they claim to believe in a God who is the ground of all being, but then when it comes to the problem of evil, he's basically just Zeus again. He's just like, well, he's just basically us, right? But he's just a little bit more powerful. Like, no, that's not what you believe. So why are you talking about it as if it is?
So maybe from Trent's point of view, it would be like, well, yeah, from God's point of view, like he could provide you with all those reasons or something. He could provide you with all those reasons or something. But in terms of from our perspective of like being justified in maintaining theistic belief in the face of the problem of evil or something, like the kind of standards of evidence are going to be on par with the standards of evidence for like my belief that it's good to have children in the face of like antinatalist objections or something.
Well, yeah,
but
I'm not quite sure what
that
antinatalism would. So we're not sure if the reasons for bringing children into existence outweigh the positive reasons outweigh the negative reasons. So how does that relate to the problem of evil?
So it would be to say, well, maybe in terms of like the kind of justification that we can provide, it's not going to be like completely airtight in the sense that there's not going to be like anything that we're going to have like arguments that the antinatalist can't resist and have nothing to say to or something. And the theist is sort of in a similar position where they can be justified in thinking that God created the world and had good reasons in a similar sort of way. But it's not like they're going to be able to just say things that like the atheist isn't going to have anything to say to, or that rationally, like that that's what I mean in terms of the parity, but not that from God's point of view, right? Like God doesn't have to have, like reasons or something like that. I don't know if that helped though.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
I think I get the point.
Context, albeit it's analogical and there's limits. Perhaps it can.
Just to say that James hasn't really been. It's me that takes issue with this. I don't know what James's view are, but it's the point is, right, that if there's disagreement about something, someone thinks, right, that whatever they believe is the way reality is. So the other person just saying, well, that's imagination, not reality, is just like a form of question bagging, basically, right?
So is that T-Jump, not Trump?
Yeah, not Trump, not Donald Trump.
I was getting confused about what Trump had to do.
Probably auto-corrected, yeah. So I don't think... I think it might sound useful to people who think like, who agree with the person who's saying it in all of their commitments. And they're like, yeah, because the other person is wrong and their thing is imaginary, well, telling them that like they need to distinguish between their imagination and reality is like a helpful device to move the conversation forward. But I think that it's not useful insofar as both people think that their position is reality, right? In the way that reality is.
Yeah, I think that in general, I don't like slogans like that because I don't find them that helpful. Now, there can be some exceptions. So I remember that I'm often critical of like skeptics and atheists when they say things like, well, I believe what the evidence points to.
Yeah, right.
Because most people would affirm that. And so it doesn't really seem very helpful. Usually there's a dispute about what the evidence points to or what counts as evidence. But that's not always true, because if people recall a few years ago, the debate between Ken Ham and Bill Nye, when they, I didn't actually watch it myself, but I think I saw this clip or heard about it. When they were asked about what would change their mind, Bill Nye said, well, evidence, which isn't very specific, but at least it's something. Whereas Ken Ham said, well, nothing would change his mind.
Yeah.
Now, that is a difference, right? Because if the other person is not even admitting that anything in principle could change their mind, then making the point of, well, evidence is the thing that will change my mind,
the slogan
is kind of important, right?
Yeah.
And there are some people, I think, who, I don't know if they'll explicitly affirm that they deny reality, but there are some people who think that like imagination shapes reality in some direct way, and who say some pretty weird things, right? So, you know, there can be contexts in which those things are helpful. But
by reality there, though, you might mean like,
well, yes,
a mind-independent reality. So if they're idealists,
you could have that discussion. Yeah, that's fair enough. But that's not exactly what I mean. But some New Agers and people that I've spoken to have just very strange ways of thinking about things. But, you know, so I think that those slogans can have a place, but look, often they're overused in my view.
Because that sort of thing where like it might be an idealist or something, and it's like, well, how do you tell between your imagination and reality? And the other person's like, well, I'm an idealist, right? So like, and it's like the question's like asking like, how do you tell the difference between mental reality and physical reality or something? And the person's like, well, I don't think there's a physical. So it's, you know, like that's what I mean by it can be implicit just in the disagreement that it's not clear what that does.
And makes sense in
yeah.
another.
There are some incredible similarities between the discussion about bringing children into existence and God bringing
us
human beings into existence. And it's even kind of a useful analogy in the way you're talking about like a father and his children.
Right. And so that's why
there's so many similarities.
Right.
In
And
the
so I
ethical.
think that if you're partial to say, oh, I could see that there's a benefit here, even though there's costs that are involved, I would push that towards, oh, maybe it could at least be more sensible. God would create, and that he has more resources than human parents.
This is sometimes informed by the fact that people who kind of on balance, there are a lot of people who've lived a life that on balance has had more suffering than pleasure. Maybe it's like 60-40 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And yet at the end of their life will think it was worth having. And there are also ways that pleasures and pains kind of balance out in asymmetrical ways. For instance, I mean, David Benatar talks a lot about this of course, in Better Never to Have Been. For instance, a life that begins with a lot of suffering, but then gets better over time, versus a life that begins with a lot of pleasure and gets worse over time. These don't seem to be equal. It can't just be like a crude balancing of pleasures and pains.
Oh yeah, that could be something that Trent could appeal to as well, actually. You know, like in terms of why is it better to have like the causal process of something? It's like a life that gets increasingly better over time, even if between the two there's the same quantity of pleasure or something. Two worlds, one where it's like, you know, like medium for an infinite duration or something, and one where it's constantly increasing for an infinite duration. They both have like an equal quantity of pleasure or something, but
yes, so that's an interesting view, right? And again, I would like to pick into how we think about the view we have about goodness, about how that makes sense. Like a simple welfarist view would be just to aggregate and say, well, it doesn't really matter when it's distributed across the lifespan. Now you might say, well, but the person in question might prefer one or the other. And maybe that leads you towards saying, well, when we think about welfare, it's not just like pleasure. Maybe it's the person's subjective satisfaction or reflection back on their life. Maybe that's actually what we think is more the bearer value, or maybe it's some weighted combination of the two. So that can help us to think about what we actually think the basis of value is there. And the thing is, that's going to play like, because if we say, look, it's just the sum of all of the pleasure and pain like netted over their lifespan, that is not going to depend on the distribution. So if we think that the distribution matters, then we would have to reject that view, because I think they're inconsistent, right? So that we might say, well, it's how the person would reflect back on their life if they had the opportunity. Maybe not everyone does, but if they could reflect back on their life, how would they evaluate it kind of overall? Maybe you want to say that if they could have perfect recollection or something like that, because you want to avoid rosy retrospection. So maybe you could have a counterfactual. If the person could look back on their life with full knowledge of everything that happened, how would they evaluate that? And then that could be the truth maker of like how good their life was. So that's like kind of still a welfarist view, I think, but it's now allowing for effects of distribution. So I guess the point is that if we're to say that something like that applies under theism, then like what do we think of is the structure of that? Like, what is it that makes a life good, and what is it that God is doing to sort of maximize that, if we're allowed to talk about that? And so, again, I think that these things can be helpful, but we need to get a bit of clarity
about what the view actually is.
And what we think is the sort of structure of it. And again, the other thing is here that I disagree with Alex here. I don't think that the human parents are very helpful, only as an intuition pump, because omnipotence kind of is the whole crux of the problem of evil. The problem of evil isn't a problem if God is just Thor and he's just like powerful.
Yeah,
it's a problem because he's omnipotent.
Yeah, I think what's being said would have to be phrased in terms of what I was saying before about like a kind of epistemic criteria of, are you comparing like the kind of reasons that someone might have for to be rationally justified in the face of objections, rather than like actually comparing like the kind of reasons that humans might have versus the kind of reasons that God might have. In that case, there's definitely a disanalogy between the two cases.
Yeah.
There seems to be something about the worth of living through this experience that needs to be taken.
I would love to ask Benatar if, let's say, Christian theism were true. Let's just hedge our bets with Christian universalism. Everybody goes to heaven. I wonder if that would change his thesis.
It surely has to.
You would think.
Yeah, no, must do.
It has to.
So what thesis are they referring to?
Send an email and see if he...
Antinatalism. So he thinks that better to have never been is his book or whatever, so people shouldn't have kids and stuff.
I'm just sort of think would universalism change it? I don't know exactly what his argument is, but I don't. Yeah,
I guess it's that. I could be wrong, but I think it from the context of what they've said, it's something to the effect of like in total, like most people's lives are probably going to be like bad, or like in total bad, and so it would have been better never to have been in the first place.
But if Christian universalism is true, that would reverse that. Let's say that that's true.
Yeah, the idea being that the idea being that because it gets so much better, that.
Well, is it because it gets better or because it is better in total?
Because it is better.
Like those are different claims.
Well, perhaps both.
Well, it could be both, right? I mean, the reason I say that is comes back to what we said before. Is it intrinsically good to have like an upward slope?
Yeah.
In which case, I think you are committed to the view that the intrinsic good-making properties of relating to God is at least not sufficient to give the maximal amount of goodness. That in addition to that, the causal history of how your experience has been shaped, in addition, adds to that. So it would actually be good for God to create people starting with misery who then get better or something. I don't think that's a very plausible view, but I mean, you could hold to that view. But the reason why, like, if we're to, I think what's interesting about this is if we're to countenance such counterfactuals as to, is it good on net for someone to exist, and does going to heaven in the end make a difference there? I think it's quite reasonable to countenance the counterfactuals as to, well, then let's imagine that state of affairs and chop off the suffering part and just have the heaven part. Is that now preferable again? And it seems to me that it would be under I think plausible assumptions about the good making properties of that state of affairs. Unless you're committed to, well, it's actually the slope upwards that kind of itself is important. So you need that negative part to make it better. I don't think that's plausible, but that could be a way out of this, right?
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Oh well, maybe I'll do then, and if he responds, I'll put something on the screen.
You can say theism. They might qualify universalism. Everyone goes to heaven.
Yeah, well, let's ask him.
And then I don't know. This would be an interesting route to explore, also for more discussions on problem of evil. I don't know.
Well, this has been quite a quite the roundtable. I think we've covered a lot of ground and had some interesting discussion.
It's actually a rectangle, Alex. Oh God, I say.
And I hope that people find this useful. Of course, it's great to have 4 people in a room, but it also makes it harder to hear everybody out on everything. But I think we struck up a good balance.
Really well.
I wonder, is there anything like pressing that anybody else is like just dying to get out there before we wrap up?
No, I know what's coming.
By the way, God is good.
Yeah, right.
No, not pressing.
Yeah,
I have
keep it in.
other things that I want to talk about, but I think I
Yeah.
may save it for dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
He's
everyone.
building up his courage. This is the problem people.
I think that we can at least all agree that the problem of evil is a very important topic, and
Yeah.
it makes
sure.
it makes a lot of intuitive sense, and it's something that's really worth considering. I mean, my kind of final analysis of the situation is that it's often framed, the problem of evil is often seen as like the best response to theism. It's like you have this religion, and in response you get the problem of evil. Why are people suffering? Why are people nihilists? Why is life so apparently meaningless? But to me, I feel like this is actually the wrong way around. I feel like the best treatment of the nihilistic condition is not found in David Benatar. It's not found in like modern atheistic writers. It's found in Ecclesiastes, right? It's found in Job. It's found in the Psalms, and it says to me that maybe it's not.
To be fair, Ecclesiastes is like pretty nihilistic as a, it's mostly about vanity and vanity.
Not that the problem of suffering is like a response to religion, but rather religion itself was a response to the problem of suffering.
Maybe that's the thing I would close with. Like for me, more of an intuitive end.
Like Ecclesiastes, I take the point of Ecclesiastes to be like, if you're gonna, suppose you grant any credence to these religious texts, right? Like that, don't just go around chasing after the meaning of life. Like, be merry, do good things, like enjoy your family, be absorbed in your projects.
Into this is there's also one practical reply to this. It's that if you get rid of God, you still have evil. You still have just pure awfulness. Like I do wonder at what I would do if I were put to the test. Like if my family died in an accident, I went through Job's trial. I had cancer. I was just brought to my lowest. How would I respond to that? And so, my friend Jimmy Akin, for example, I love what he says on Problem of Evil, because he's dealt with personal tragedy. His wife died of an illness shortly after they were married. He never remarried. And the way he looked at it is, well, Christianity is my one hope to be reunited with my wife and for evil to be conquered. It's the one hope for evil to be answered, for there to be a solution. Why would I give that up without there being a good argument against? So I guess for me, like with evil, I am just so thrilled at the prospect of Christianity answering it. I refuse to give up Christianity unless there is another independent reason to show that it's false.
And yet Trent isn't a universalist, right? Like, it's like in light of this, it seems like not being a universe. And obviously there's probably other stuff you want to say about that, but
yeah, look, I mean, it does sound like what Doug says, right? It's a form of hope,
like neediness.
Let me just clarify that. Trent has presented his what do you call it, like a practical consideration or this longing or whatever in a positive light, which is fine. That's his right to do. I am presenting it in a negative light, which I acknowledge is a prejudicial negative light, which is that it's a form of cope. Now, maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? But I think that it is useful to present that extreme of, well, look, do we want to go with what we think is most supported by the evidence, which I think is one way to think about the problem of evil, or do we want to say, well, look, I'm just going to not worry about that or put that to the side and think that this is comforting to me, so I will believe it. Now, to me, that is intellectually disvirtuous to do so. Now, I may be comforted by what I think is true, right? But I shouldn't let that cloud what I think is the most likely thing to be true. Now, I don't know that Trent would disagree with that, because he did say, well, unless I have good reason to believe otherwise. But then it seems to me that that's the reasons of what's doing the work here. So why even say this? I think the best that could be said is that it's an advantage Christians have that they can be comforted by what they believe. But I think that you can then turn that around and say, could that be clouding your judgment? Because it seems like it could readily be, right?
So
yeah,
here's an
I don't
interesting
like
question.
I don't like it when people say things like that, and I think it does kind of support the sort of thing that Doug says when he talks about the big needy.
Do you think, from your point of view, that suppose someone thinks that like natural reality, reality is just exhausted by natural reality, right? But they hope that it's the case that like a universalist God exists. Do you think that it's kind of like irrational for them to have that hope or something?
I don't think that hopes are constrained by reason. I'm just thinking, would I go that far? I think so. I mean, I suppose, can hopes be unreasonable? I don't know. I mean, hopes can be more like unlikely to be satisfied, but I think you can hope for things that are even extremely implausible. Like I could hope that I win the lottery, and you might say, well, you shouldn't like bet the bank on it, but there's nothing wrong with hoping for it, right? So yeah, I don't know that hopes are restricted in the same way. I think that we should just be cautious that our hopes don't bleed over into our assessments of reasons. And that's always the worry, because we know that humans have a tendency to do that.
Yeah, I think that's right as well. And there's an interesting interplay there between, like, if there are cases, like where we think our hopes should bleed over into what, like maybe in relationships or like a sports team winning or something, like maybe there are these cases, and like where is that line between where we would be like, well, that's just a bias, or where we'd be like, no, that's like a virtuous thing for this person to do, to like, to hope that they had a cure for cancer, so they kept pursuing their PhD, right, even in the face of some evidence against it or something. Maybe that was like a good thing.
Yeah, well, we could have a theory. I think that there's sometimes a kind of a straw man of evidentialism, which is that, so evidentialism is the view that the only thing that should shape your epistemic credences of like particular propositions is the evidence for or against those. And that's sometimes, I think, straw manned into the view that you must act always in accordance with whatever outcome or state of affairs has the highest like evidence in favor of it. And that doesn't follow at all, right? Because that doesn't factor in
your values.
Yeah, the values or how you weight different outcomes, right? So an example I like to give is, I'm running away from, I don't know, buildings about to collapse, and the only way I can get out is to climb down a ladder. And I think that there's a 90% chance the ladder's going to give way and won't support my weight, right? If I had a rational evaluation of all the evidence, and that's actually the reasonable thing to believe. But if there's a 100% chance or 100 minus epsilon % chance that I'm going to die staying where I am, I should still climb down the ladder, even though I think probably I will die climbing down the ladder. There's no inconsistency there. And so that's where I think hope can play a helpful motivating role, is that, well, I hope the ladder won't give way, and that can help me cognitively, like emotionally, whatever, to climb down it. But I don't think it should cause me to change my assessment of the probabilities. I mean, in that particular case, maybe it doesn't matter that much, right? But more broadly, I think it generally does matter if we confuse these two. So I think it's consistent for a Christian to say that they hope that, God is real, or Jesus will, save them or whatever, as long as that's not bleeding into their assessment of the probabilities. I think that the hope can help us to be motivated to act in accordance with the things that we think we have most reason to do. So it can help us with motivation there. And with, just going about day to day. And so I think that makes sense. And that's how I think you can rationalize faith as that kind of hope that is helpful for sort of motivating and sustaining your commitment to something. But I think that where it goes wrong is if we then bleeds into alteration of our assessments of credences or evaluation of arguments. And my position there is pretty strongly evidentialist. I don't think that those things should shape our assessments. Now, of course, there are people who disagree with that, but yeah, so I and that can be tricky, right? In practice, it's, you don't know whether that's happened, other than to just sort of try to be honest with yourself and introspect, really, and talk to other people. That can be another way to test yourself.
Yeah,
I didn't know you spoke Latin.
Not very well.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I can sympathize with that. I guess I would just say, I mean, I equally would love it to be true, and if I believed it, would never want to give it up. But as I say, I think that may indeed be why these religious ideas exist in the first place, rather than being the other way around. But maybe that's something we can discuss tomorrow, because of course we're here in Houston to do the event that I mentioned earlier, which, as I say, will be in the past. So I'm sure that a lot of these threads will probably be continued at some point tomorrow. So I'll make sure that everything's linked down in the description. But yeah, this has been edifying. So thank you all for
Thank you.
coming on,
thanks for having us on your channel.
This has been great. For everybody watching, a quick reminder that everything I do is supported by you
on patreon.com/digitalgnosis. Did you see the axiology video?
Whose video?
The axiology one of Cameron. I'm gonna have.
No,
I'll have to show it
so.
again if you've not seen it, and you can tell me why.
This claim therefore concerns what philosophers called axiology. Axiology is just the study of value. External axiological assumptions are external. The point is that axiology, engaging in axiology, the axiological intelligence of Christianity. The atheist has the wrong axiological assumptions. The notion of axiology, hence, this claim therefore concerns.
So that's problem of evil.
Nice little remix there. Yeah, what's the point he's making there again? It's not part of the axiology of theism that
it was
something.
There was a problem of evil criticism.
Yeah,
and Cameron was saying that the assumptions about what a valuable world is in the critique were external to theism. It was Drew, genetically modified skeptic, said this is an internal critique of theism, meaning that like from within the theist's own beliefs, it's like there's like a tension here. And then Cameron was like, no, this is external to theism because of axiology. But he didn't actually really describe which of the values that Drew said that Christians had he disagreed with. He just introduced the term.
I think I remember watching the original video. It was a little while ago because I think that I was in disagreement with what Cameron said, that these are external to or at least to Christianity.
Yeah, me too, definitely.
Because Christianity has a lot to say about axiology.
Yeah, right.
So I don't. Yeah, but anyway, it also seems rather a moot point as to whether it's external or internal to this or that. I wanted to say before we finish up that I think I see why. I mean, I kind of knew, but that video made it more clear that why Alex and name's escaping me, Joe, get invited to these things because they're just really polite. Especially at the end where it's like, oh, this has been edifying. I mean, I don't think I'm rude in these conversations, but I definitely would be pushing more and like trying to, get to certain points. And
well, I think it's to do with profiles,
offering a bit more.
It's to do with profiles as well. Like,
yeah, that's part of it. But it's not. Yeah, I think that's definitely a component as well. I mean, and that's not even necessarily a criticism. It's just that I sort of noticed that, and it's you get a certain discussion as a result of it. I found that the parts I listened to were often not sufficiently focused on the problem of evil and trying to nut out. I don't know. That's just how I like.
Yeah, it was a bit too like it would have been good to see them be like really like raise some really specific points and then see if they could like bottom out their commitments on those things rather than kind of like here's the landscape and we'll just kind of like float around. Oh, like there's a nice tree over there, sort of thing.
Yeah, that's sort of one of my main reactions, and I mean, I guess it was more. Oh, my camera again. It was more Trent giving responses and Cameron sort of saying
you've been assumed into the beatific vision.
Yeah, I guess so. It's super random. Like it'll be fine for an hour and then it will just die like twice in a minute. I have no idea. Anyway, yeah. So what did you think of the discussion?
Yeah, pretty much the same, a little bit too all over the place. I think it got better towards the end. Well, it got better and worse towards the end. So towards the end, I think they got more, Trent specifically, I think, got more tired and exhausted and so wasn't giving his focused responses. Whereas I think at the start of the conversation, he was really focusing it. But I think it got better towards the end because I think Alex got more comfortable in himself. So he stopped being as like kind of like jittery with weird responses that kind of derailed the conversation a little bit. I would have definitely liked to hear more from Joe because I think he basically has the most to say, right, of all of them. That's also and also the most useful stuff to say. So I think he could have focused and guided the conversation a lot more if he was allowed the space to participate in the conversation in that way, as opposed to Alex kind of taking that role in the discussion. but yeah, I mean, I don't know what my expectations really were. I mean, I just think it would have been more useful for them to really like see where their beliefs bottom out in differences rather than, and maybe they did do that in a way because they were like, well, yeah, I just think, you know, it's better for the world to exist than to not exist or something. And maybe that's like a place where they do bottom out. But I would have liked to see more of that exploration.
Yeah, I think my my favorite formulation of the problem of evil is to list a bunch of really horrific things and then say the Christian is committed to the view that the best world that God chose to create is one with these things in them rather than one without these things in them. And any sane moral person would, if they had God's power, not put these things in earth, and then just ask the Christian to give us a good reason for thinking that God actually had reasons to include these things that are that we would regard as good, right? And I think that really that challenge cannot be met. And the best response is to say that we don't know, and we have other reasons to believe in God and his, which is almost sort of what Trent said, actually, because he did say that he doesn't think that we determine God's character by looking at empirical aspects of reality or something to that effect. And then to point to a theological answer in, you know, the atonement or whatever. I think that's probably the best response available. But anyway, that's
universalism as well, though. Like I think it's going to be so difficult without universalism.
I think the Christian absolutely needs to be committed to universalism for a whole bunch of reasons. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I've said for a long time that if I were to become a Christian, universalism is the only thing that makes any sense to me. Yeah, not just from an evil point of view, but just from other considerations as well. Yeah, well, thanks for the invitation. It was fun to have a bit of discussion there because I've been thinking about some of these issues as well. So it's nice to think out loud.
Yeah, and to catch up.
We also
need to figure out next about apologetics and dates and things like that as well.
Yeah, I'm going to the EA conference in Australia next week, so I'm going to be a little busy over the next few weeks, and I've got confirmation coming up, so probably not this month.
Yeah. Well, I should be. That's August. Probably the same for me as well because I've got my dissertation to finish, and like I'm going to Spain in a week or something to CV. So, yeah. Well,
is she in Spain?
Yeah, she's just gone to Spain this morning.
Oh, right. I thought I saw it like yesterday in a video. So I'm like,
yeah, she was. Yeah, she was here. She's just gone this morning.
Okay, right. Oh, cool. Well, yeah, I guess we'll be in touch about that.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I hope it has been entertaining and informative. So there you go.